Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The sky. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
A global namaste to all of you out there. Welcome to Healing Our Earth's 76th event. So today we have a very exciting show lined up for you, and it is, of course, wellness and healthy lifestyle for families. That's right. I hope all the families out there have tuned in right now. If you wanted to let all your friends and family know, quickly share, let them know, because you have an amazing show lined up for you today. Now, today we have to start off, of course, as always, with a big namaste to every single one of you. First of all, thank you for always supporting us every Sunday, joining us, enjoying our shows. Thank you for your messages every week that we receive. And we're really, really pleased to know that we've got a family that's growing and growing and growing all the time globally. I just wanted to mention also, we have an unfortunate cyclone that's taking place in Goa today. So to all our brothers and sisters and our families, our Healing Our Earth families who are there in Goa, we'd like to say that our prayers are with you. And before we start today's show, I just wanted to say also a very big thank you for last week when we also did a Pray for India event. Throughout the week, we had people praying all over the world for India, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic that we are having to deal with. So thank you very much for all your support. Keep praying, of course, not just for India, but for the rest of the world. So today, I'm your host, Dr. Hani Kalaria, and I'm here to share lots and lots of wonderful things with you. But even more, I will say we have the best guests lined up for you today. So let's start off with our first guest. Now, before we start off any of our events, we always start off with a little prayer. So I'd like to say, if you're there, whatever prayer you say, whichever religion, faith, path you follow, just put your hands together and let's start off with a lovely prayer. I'm going to start off with Guru Brahma. I always believe gurus are very important in our lives, our inner guru as well as outer gurus. So, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace to every single person out there. So before we start and I introduce you to our first guest, let's find out what she's going to be talking to us about. Now, this young lady, she is absolutely amazing, Priyanka Rowe, and she's going to be speaking to us about how to transform your mindset in 6 weeks. That's right, in as little as 6 weeks. Remember, if you transform your mindset, your whole reality changes, how you see life changes. So there are many, many good benefits out of changing your mindset to a more positive one. Now, Priyanka Rowe is a mind coach. She has led a nomadic, multicultural childhood, having lived and studied in 10 cities and 7 countries, wow, including London. She also has a decade of corporate sales experience in Marriott International and the Ritz as well, where her clientele includes people like vertical heads across the banking and consultancy, aerospace, pharmaceutical, diplomatic circles, and all sorts of wonderful things. Wow, she's got a vast amount of knowledge, I can see, and experience. She's an alumni of Warwick Business School, UK, with a master's degree in marketing and strategy. Her professional credentials include being a mind coach, a licensed practitioner of NLP from the Society of Neuro-Linguistic Programming. And her tutor, her trainer was Dr. Richard Bandler, which is great. And of course, she's also a certified image consultant from the London Image Institute and a certified practitioner of EFT and belief clearing. Wow, what a long list of wonderful skills and talents this young lady has. Now, there is another pandemic, the one running in the minds of people. In this masterclass, she will teach you what you need to attract and how your thinking attracts the right things. Well, let her discuss a little bit more about this rather than me. A big global namaste to you, dear Priyanka. Are you there?
Thank you, Dr. Hani. Global namaste to you as well.
Oh, thank you. Wow, you've done such an amazing amount of work. Before I ask you any questions, because I have plenty of questions for you, which I'm going to be asking you right at the end. I know you have a presentation lined up for us. What do you have for us today?
So it's going to be an exciting 40 minutes where I'm going to lead the audience into their minds. I'm going to show them why the mind works the way it does, how it works, and more importantly, how you can make it work for you and not against you. So this is not a theoretical masterclass. I'm going to be sharing quite a few takeaways as I go along the way. So I really hope it adds value to the audience and is able to shift their mindset.
I'm sure it will, because I'm really looking forward to this. So are you going to go through some exercises as well so the audience members can join in?
Not practically, but I'm going to show them what kind of exercise they can do on their own and what kind of reprogramming techniques that they can apply. All these techniques can be self-coached, self-applied without required coach intervention. So my duty is to make them self-sufficient so they're not dependent on anybody or anything to transform them.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, I'm going to let you have the screen. There you go. You're all on air. Please go ahead with your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Hani. Thank you very much for your kindness.
You attract what you believe and not what you attract what you believe and not what you think. Starting today, you will start creating your tomorrow. My name is Priyanka Rao. I am a professional mind coach and now a purpose friend.
A global namaste to the entire online community of Healing Our Earth and all the audiences who have tuned in from United Kingdom, United States, India, and Africa and Middle East as well. A very, very warm welcome to you. I'm so honored and privileged to be invited by the team of Healing Our Earth to be here speaking on this free global online session on wellness and healthy lifestyle for families. My name is Priyanka Rao. I'm the apple of my parents' eye, roommate to a 50-kilo Rottweiler dog who shares my room, not my bed. I'm looking for my space under the sun, but I found my life's purpose. I'm a nerdy bookworm turned luxury hotelier, turned internationally certified image consultant, turned e-commerce startup founder, and now professional mind coach. A lot of what I share with you today really comes from a place of experience and not theory. You know, I saw this quote on a Deepak Chopra program, and it was so me: teach what you most need to learn. I've been studying the mind for 15 years now, since I was almost 21 years. And I started off to basically, for my own personal growth, and for me to be able to dismantle certain destructive belief systems that I had in me. And I will share what I mean by that as we move along. So a lot of what I share with you comes from a place of experience, and I really hope it adds as much value to you as it did for me. So my job as a coach is to help you live without dependency, emotionally or mentally. You should be able to build coping mechanisms, get self-sufficient, and be able to manage any challenge or crisis in your life on your own without dependency. And my promise is to transform your mindset in 5 days. This is not because I'm a brilliant coach. This is because your subconscious mind is that powerful, ladies and gentlemen. And for some of you will start experiencing that as well. My credentials are on the screen. Only in this pandemics for the past 1 year, I've worked across 17 cities in India, 3 countries around the world, including the United Kingdom and the United States of America. And I've clocked in over 500 coaching hours. I'm extremely privy into the mindset of people right now. And I really hope that I'm able to share an insight with you on that as well. I've had the privilege of holding masterclasses for organizations such as Capgemini, you know, Lenskart, Bank of America, the Indian Medical Association, and so on and so forth. I've appeared on television. I've been the keynote speaker at the Indian Medical Association Women's Conference as well. And what you see on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, is a very strong insight on what I mean by the other pandemic. These are all the clients who have met me only in this past 1 year. The number one challenge posed to me has been low self-worth. The second one has been stress or being stuck in a professional career because of the pandemic. The third has been anxiety or stress because of the virus, and then personal relationships. So it's really interesting. You know, we're currently under a medical pandemic, but it is triggering other emotional challenges in people because your belief systems are being triggered by the challenge that's around you in this world. And you'll get a better understanding of that as I move along. The key here is the last line that you read. Results experienced an average of 3 to 5 weeks. This is because your subconscious mind can reprogram and release in 3 to 5 weeks. In some cases, even finish reprogramming and releasing. The magic and the might, ladies and gentlemen, lies in you. Please start harnessing it. So let's begin right away. On a global level, the only thing common between public speaking and snakes is that both are rated the topmost fears in the world. In fact, public speaking affects almost 75% of the population on Earth. Falling sick, medical bills, death, these are the top 3 topmost fears apart from snakes in public speaking. No wonder this current pandemic has created such a mental health pandemic. It has triggered the top fears in people. The others are, of course, war, natural disasters, crime, pollution, falling short of money. But on an individual micro level, these are the topmost fears that most of us have. The fear of change. Our comfort zone traps us so hard that we are not able to come out of it. Fear of loneliness, so social media, addictions are all a result of being lonely, isolated, and leading lockdown lives. The fear of failing, self-doubt, being judged. What will society think? What will the world think? What will others think? Fear of loss in your family. Something bad is going to happen. This doom story constantly running in your minds. Feeling extremely unworthy. The fear of the unknown and the fear of uncertainty. These are the topmost fears on a micro level that currently a lot of people around the world are experiencing. But here's the good news. None of us were born with any of these fears. Have you ever met a child who has fears, who has negative emotions? No child has negative emotions or a fear because your subconscious mind is born fearless. It's born complete. It's born enough. It's born whole. If you ask a child what do they want to be when they grow older, answers like, I want to be an astronaut, I want to be the prime minister of a country, I want to be a cricketer, I want to be Elon Musk, I want to be a movie star. These answers are extremely probable and possible because as a child, you believe you can be, do, and have whatever you want. But what happens to us as we grow older? All these belief systems start getting dismantled. So the good news is, if your subconscious mind was born free, complete, and enough, it can be reprogrammed to go back to its original state. So some of my clients have removed the depression in 45 days, fear of death in 45 days, sexual trauma, rape memories, abuse in 4 to 5 weeks, overthinking, procrastination, low self-worth, fear of public speaking 3 weeks, fear of driving 1 week, because your subconscious mind reprograms and releases and goes back to its original state. So if we were never born with these fears or negative destructive beliefs, where did we acquire them? Ladies and gentlemen, we acquire belief systems between the age of 7 and 14 in majority cases. It usually comes from our parents and our family because they are our biggest role models. Whatever they tell us, we pick up unquestioned, unfiltered, we believe it to be true. If it's positive, it creates empowering beliefs in us. If it's destructive, it does not. So many of us, grow up hearing statements like, money doesn't grow on trees, life is hard, life is a struggle, don't take risks, we are, a family of limited means, we're middle-class families, nothing comes easy in this world, there's always a competition, there's always a rat race, if you're not rich, you're not successful. And these become our belief systems as we grow older. So our family and our school environment, huge influences. So I'll give you certain examples in this pandemic. I had a client of mine who came to me with the fear of death. She's a banker. Where did she acquire this fear? When she was really young, she was very, very close to her godmother, and her godmother was murdered. And that fear of death struck her when she was really, really young and has stayed in her till the 30s, and that's got triggered in this pandemic. I have another client of mine who's 49 years old who works for an investment firm, and he heard his grandmother tell somebody else when he was 8 years old that his mother is an orphan. That statement hit him so hard, what if I become an orphan? And unfortunately at 12, he lost his dad, and that fear of losing his loved ones stuck to him till 49 when he met me. So the root can come from anywhere, and the tributaries then can come up in other structures of your life. But like I said, you were never born with it. You never have to live with it. So in this masterclass, you're going to learn that you attract what you fear, not what you think. You're going to learn how you can reprogram your subconscious mind. And for some of you, you will start reprogramming today, because I am going to share with you a few takeaways. So I hope you have your pens and papers ready, because I'm going to begin right away. You're going to understand what the Roman Emperor Marcus meant when he said his thoughts make of it. You'll understand what William James, the famous American father of American psychology, said. The greatest discovery of our generation is that a human being can alter his life by altering his attitude. And the famous poet and philosopher Ralph Emerson, who mentioned, you become what you think about all day. But I'll also show you today that you also become what you believe about all day. So let's dive straight into it. When we talk of an image of a person, ladies and gentlemen, there are always two elements to it. One is the image within, what's happening on the inside. And the other is the image without, what's happening on the outside. Your external image is what the world can see of you. It's what you're projecting. It's your appearance, your behavior, your communication, your staff image, your online image, your office image. But here's the first truth of the day. Your external environment is a reflection of your inner environment. What is happening on the outside is reflecting the internal. Let me give you a practical example here. For some of you who have anxiety and stress due to, say, the pandemic, what happens to your body when you face anxiety? Palpitations, your heart starts beating, you start sweating, your legs start shaking, some of your bodies go really warm, some face chills. The anxiety and the fear is internal, but your body is reacting to it. For all of you who have a fear of public speaking, what happens to you when you see a mic, a dais, or an audience? You stammer, you stutter, your mind goes blank, your throat goes dry, your palms sweat, you might forget certain words. Your body is reacting to the internal. So your external environment is a reflection of your inner environment. So what do I mean by the inner environment? I have limitations. I am my biggest limitation. I'm inferior. I'm lost and confused. I lack confidence. I need to change my life. I have this phobia. I have that fear. Can I do it? I don't love myself. I feel like a failure. I'm bored. I want to live my life to the fullest, but I'm not able to. I have low self-belief or I have low self-esteem. Now, your self-belief and your self-esteem are the two most important pillars to build a successful mindset. Ladies and gentlemen, your self-belief is how much you have confidence in yourself, but your self-esteem is how much you love or like yourself. And they're both mutually exclusive. You can have a high self-belief or a low self-esteem. I think I'm a brilliant coach, but I don't love myself. Or I love myself. Main apni favorite hu. I am my favorite person in the world, but I think I'm an average coach. So to build a successful mindset, you need to grow your self-belief and grow your self-esteem in equal measure. So keeping the internal image in mind. For some of you, you might have said, yes, that's me, or I can relate to that. I can resonate with that. That's what that's exactly what I experience. And yes, I want help. Where do I begin? We begin today and right now. And let me show you how you actually can reprogram and release some of these destructive belief systems, right? So the whole universe is a gigantic field of energy. And the science that studies it is quantum physics. Your energy, I'm energy, oxygen, food, money, emotions, feelings, fears, everything is energy. And because everything is energy, energy operates on laws. Absolute, complete, non-negotiable, universal laws that don't change for anybody. If I drop this pen, it has to fall down. The law of gravity is not going to turn around and tell me, Priyanka, it's Sunday, I'm on holiday, it's a weekend, I'm not working. It's not going to work. But because it's energy, the biggest law in the world is the law of attraction, which works on the premise that's on your screen: like attracts like. One energy attracts similar energy. So if you start your day on a positive energy, you've had a great morning, a great yoga, a great meditation, you've had a great breakfast, your boss has sent you an email praising you, you're feeling really good, the rest of the day goes really well. Or the other way around, you're woken up feeling miserable, you've had a fight, with somebody at home, you've got a stinker of an email from a client, you're feeling miserable, and like the dominoes effect, the rest of the day goes negative. So the energy is always attracting similar energy. How does that work on a practical level in our lives? This is what I'm going to explain to you. I know this is a complex subject, but I'm going to make this as simple and as relevant to you as possible. So here is an individual who has certain thoughts. Let's say the thoughts are, I deserve a promotion in my company. I've worked really hard and I'm up for it. I'm ready for it. I need that promotion. Thoughts are energy. So these thoughts will attract more similar thoughts. Like attracts like. So how do I get a promotion? How do I skill up? Should I start acting the role already? Should I have a conversation with my reporting boss? Should I tell him that I'm ready for it? Or should I tell her that, I need the training to get ready for it? All these thoughts are increasing. Eventually, all this energy converts into matter and you attract a promotion. This is basic law of attraction, which says if you ask for something, you believe it, you receive it. I'm sure most of you are aware of this subject. You've read The Secret, you've read other books on the law of attraction, you understand this. Now, this applies universally for everything. This could be a promotion, a job, a car, love, marriage, a business, anything. But we don't get what we want always. So what's the missing link? What's the missing gap? Here's the second truth of the day I'm going to share with you. These yellow thought clouds that you see here are your conscious mind. Your conscious mind is a logical, rational, thinking mind that's right now listening to me, assimilating what I'm telling you. But did you know that your conscious mind is just 10% of your mind? So for all of you out there who say you overthink, you are worry warriors, your mind keeps racing, you have no control over your thoughts, essentially you're just a slave to 10% of your mind. Beyond these thoughts is something known as your sponsoring thought. Your sponsoring thought is the thought behind the thought. It's your belief systems from childhood. It's your values. It's all your memories and experiences. It's your subconscious mind. And this is a whopping 90% of your mind. And it is this sponsoring thought, these belief systems, this subconscious mind that is influencing what you're attracting in your life, which means you don't attract what you think, you attract what you believe. You don't attract what you think, you attract what you fear. So let's say this individual is thinking about a promotion, but the sponsoring thought is, I don't have leadership material. Do I have leadership qualities? Will my peers accept me as their boss? Will I be able to succeed? What if there's too much of stress in the role? What if my work-life balance gets affected? These are all your thoughts, and that blocks you from taking action for a promotion or blocks you from attracting it. So your sponsoring thought can be anything. If you're a CXO or a vertical head who believes that you're burnt out and you need to reinvent or create a change in your life, your sponsoring thought could be, I've done this all my life. What if I fail? What will society think? This is my comfort zone. I fear the unknown. I'm not able to shift and reinvent myself, and that blocks you. If you are a homemaker who would like to start a business, your sponsoring thought could be, but will my kids not have me around? I feel guilty. I need to also look after my home. I've never had a business. What if I lose money? I don't know what it's like to be an entrepreneur. And that blocks you from taking action. So your sponsoring thought is influencing your everyday decisions, thoughts, feelings, actions, your approach to life, even your approach to yourself. It's positive, it leads to positive actions. If it's negative, it creates blocks. So in this COVID pandemic times, these are the top 4 COVID mindsets in the sponsoring thought that I have discovered based on all the clients that I've worked in the past 1 year. Number 1 is anxiety and stress. I'm burnt out with stress. There are no customers. Economies are not doing well. When will the economy bounce back? I have EMIs and loans. My salary has been cut. I'm working from home and there's no work-life balance. I get panic attacks. Number 1. Number 2, feeling stuck and lost. I feel unfulfilled. I feel the whole pandemic has, made me lose my dreams and goals. I have no direction in life. I'm bored. I'm feeling monotonous. I need a change. I'm feeling unfulfilled, stuck and lost. The third one is overthinking. What if scenarios that keep running in your mind, the fear of tomorrow, the fear of the unknown. When will life come back to normal? Will this corona ever go away? Will I ever be happy? Will I ever go back to work? Overthinking. And the number 1, of course, is fear of death, fear of falling sick. Even a cold or a cough gets you panicked, fear of losing your loved ones, fear of dying alone, fear of stepping out of your home. These are the top 4 COVID mindsets that are right now in your sponsoring thought, and that is blocking you from doing what you want to do, or it is attracting more of it. So how can you actually reprogram it? The mindset. Let me show you how. So I'm just going to stop share right now and go into a whiteboard and explain to you how the mind works. So we're just taking a trip right now into your mindset. So here's your conscious mind, here's your subconscious mind, and here's your life. So let me explain to you how the mind works so you can actually make it work for you. We've already established that your conscious mind is 10% of your mind. Your subconscious is a whopping 90% of your mind. And here is sitting all your events and experiences in your life. So how does this actually work? Let's understand how your mind works. Consider your conscious mind as the boss. This is the minds right now listening to me. The mind, the conscious mind, the boss, gives instructions to the team, and the team delivers those instructions to the T to the letter. Your conscious mind is the boss. This is giving commands and instructions to subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is your creative medium. It creates through the law of attraction. And here's your third truth of the day. Your conscious mind learns through repetition. It learns through repetition. You keep telling it something frequently, every day, and it learns it. And it creates it in your life exactly what you told it. So example and point, I have panic attacks. I am depressed. I'm unhappy. I'm stuck. I procrastinate. I'm lazy. I have this fear. I'm always scared. You have told yourself these statements so very often that you have become it because your subconscious mind has learned through repetition, believed it, and made you that. But here's the good news. This means that you can actually change your commands at any point in time, and your life will start changing. This is not dependent on the planetary positions, on luck, on your horoscope, on what you have been educated with. The magic and the might lies in you. You can change these instructions and you can change your life. So how do you change these instructions is what I will teach you right now. So some of you can start designing your mental commands to actually help you reprogram. So here's an indication of what is your conscious mind and what is your subconscious mind. So the red is your conscious mind and the purple is subconscious mind. Your conscious mind is active and dominant when you're awake, like right now. But when's your subconscious mind active and awake? In your sleeping state. Did you know the first 10 minutes of your wake up, your subconscious mind is still active? This is why we sometimes remember our dreams and details that we dreamt of, but a few hours later, we can't remember them because your subconscious mind is active in the first 10 minutes. Your subconscious mind is also active in the last 10 minutes just before you go to bed, when you're half groggy and half sleepy. It's active in meditation, in pranayam, in breath work, in yoga, in prayer, in moments of great happiness, even in physical inertia. I'm just sitting out here, drinking a cup of coffee, wishful thinking, daydreaming. My subconscious mind is active. Now, why is this important? When your subconscious mind is active, as soon as you wake up, just before you go to bed, meditation, prayer, yoga, fitness, pranayam, happiness, you will use that fertile time to reprogram your subconscious mind with the mental commands I'm going to give you, because it is the most receptive at that point in time. Secondly, if you look at the third note that I've put up here, is the most important. While your conscious mind, ladies and gentlemen, is very rational, it can analyze, it can compare, it can reason, it can choose, it can study, it can assess, it will tell you this is right, that's wrong, this is good, this is bad. Ironically, the subconscious mind, even though it's 90% of your mind, it's the most powerful seat at the table, it cannot study, it cannot analyze, it cannot assess, it cannot compare, it cannot argue, it cannot differentiate. It will do exactly what the boss tells it. So when you're designing your mental commands to reprogram, give your subconscious mind exactly what you want to pick up. You cannot say, I don't want to be scared or speaking in public. The subconscious mind does not understand don't want to be. It picks up scared public speaking, learns through repetition, believes it, makes you fearful. Instead of saying, I don't want to be scared, you need to say, I am fearless, I am fearless, I am fearless. It learns that through repetition, believes it, makes you fearless. Instead of saying, I need to stop feeling so anxious, I need to stop feeling so anxious. It doesn't understand need to stop. It picks up anxiety, makes you anxious. So you need to rephrase that to, I am calm, or I am peaceful, or I am strong, or I am confident, whatever it is that resonates with you. And you repeat that over days, and over time, your subconscious mind picks that up and starts making you calm, peaceful, strong, confident. So essentially what we're doing here is the beta state is your brain waves when you are in a wake state of mind, ladies and gentlemen. And alpha is when you're in light sleep or light meditation. And theta is deep sleep and deep meditation. So what we are doing here is we are using the mental commands and reprogramming our subconscious mind when it hits alpha state, even in our awake state. Like when you wake up, when you're meditating, when you're in fitness, when you're in yoga. So we are accessing your alpha state, even in your waking state. That's exactly the times that are given to you to help you start reprogramming. So given this, grab your pens and papers. Here are 5 techniques I'm going to share with you to help you start reprogramming. The first one is the power of I am. I cannot emphasize enough how powerful these 2 words are, ladies and gentlemen. Anything and everything after I am gets created by your subconscious mind, because nobody can say I am except you. Even if I say I am, it is internal driven. It is intrinsic. I can't say I am for you. So the mind believes everything after I am to be absolute and true. In Sanskrit, which is the ancient Indian language, there is a saying called Aham Brahmasmi. I am that. I am everything. So the mind believes everything after I am to be you. So think of all the I ams you've used now. I'm lazy. I'm allergic to exercise. I am a procrastinator. I am unhappy. I'm lost. I am underconfident. I am feeling inferior. And that has become you. But let's change that now. The first command I want to give you, especially in this pandemic times, is I'm fearless. Now, mind you, this is not an affirmation. This is a mental command. What's a mental command? A mental command is, number 1, meant to reprogram. And secondly, a mental command is one that your mind cannot object to, because you were born fearless. This is your authentic subconscious state. This was what you were when you were a child. The mind says, I remember this was me. Oh, I want to be that again. And it starts reprogramming. Affirmations don't always work, ladies and gentlemen. I am confident. I am brilliant. I'm abundant. I'm healthy. I'm magnificent. Because your mind can object to it. What do you mean you're confident? Of course you're not. What do you mean you're powerful? What do you mean you're abundant? It doesn't make sense to me. You're always unhappy. It can object to it. But I'm fearless, it cannot, because you were born it. How are we going to use this mental command? Again, when your subconscious mind is active. Where as soon as you wake up, you're brushing your teeth, I'm fearless. You're having a shower, I'm fearless. You're driving to work, I'm fearless. In your yoga, in your meditation, I'm fearless. You're jogging or running, I'm fearless. Just before you go to bed, I'm fearless. You can even use heterosuggestions with this. What do I mean by that? When the command comes from outside, put post-it notes on your laptop, on your bathroom mirror, on your cupboard, on your car dashboard, on your study desk. Even when you're working, your mind is reading, I am fearless, I'm fearless. You can make a wallpaper for your phone. So every time you pick up your phone is reading, I am fearless. Your mind is reading, I am fearless. This is how you surround the subconscious mind with this command. You just need to do this for 3 or 4 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. Your mind reprograms that fast. By 3 or 4 weeks, you start feeling fearless, and your actions and decisions then stem from this sponsoring thought. Very, very powerful mental command. That's my first takeaway for you. The second one is something called as drop the coal. If I was to put a hot burning coal in your hand, what would you do? You would drop it, right? Do you have to tell your mind or your hand, please drop the burning coal? No, it does it by reflex, instinct. Similarly, if a negative, damaging, harmful thought comes into your mind, you should be able to drop the thought as well. Now, when you give your command to your mind, Priyanka, drop the coal, the mind goes blank and it drops every thought, because in the entire wiring of our mind, the mind goes on alert mode every time it hears coal. It thinks you're in danger. It thinks you have something that is going to harm you. A life-threatening situation. Remember, the mind's job is to protect you. It has to go into survival mechanism. So when you say drop the coal, the mind the mind automatically goes blank, alert. It drops whatever thoughts you have, and you come in the now, you come in the present. So drop the coal is a very powerful command to drop negative thoughts, to concentrate, to focus, and drop that fear for your mind. The command you'll use is, Priyanka, drop the coal, and you'll see your mind going blank. The third command I'm going to share with you is something that I learned from Marissa Peer, who's UK's #1 therapist, a world-renowned speaker. She actually did this experiment in a hospital where she had one ward where she put up this huge command on the wall which said, I have phenomenal coping skills. And then they had the second ward which did not have this command. And then they were tracking how quick do patients recover and get discharged. And to their utter amazement, they saw the ward that had this command, I have phenomenal coping skills, recovered faster, stronger, quicker, and were healthier and got discharged faster. Because every time the patients were reading, I have phenomenal coping skills, I have phenomenal coping skills, the subconscious mind started believing it through repetition. And they developed coping skills, and they coped, and they got healthier, and they released. Brilliant command, for you to build your coping mechanisms in crisis times like these. So drop the coal. I have phenomenal coping skills and I am fearless. I'm very confident this will help you start shifting your sponsoring thought. But my final takeaway to you is even if we decide to pour in all these mental commands, there is a possibility that your subconscious mind might not shift. Why? If there is a cup full of water, and I ask you to pour more water into this cup, will you be able to? No, the water will spill over. There is no space in the cup. Consider this your vessel. This is your life. You're pouring in mental commands, self-help books, motivational speakers, YouTube videos, positive affirmations, but they're not creating a shift in you. Why? Because your vessel is already filled with limiting belief systems, fears, childhood memories, experiences, destructive emotions and fears. So you have to release it to create space when you're pouring in positive mental commands or positive affirmations. One of the most powerful techniques you can use to release is this one, which I'm going to share with you. This technique, called emotional freedom techniques, is the most powerful techniques that I've come across in my 15 years of study. My clients have removed depression, sexual trauma, abuse, rape, weight gain, feeling unworthy, low self-esteem, underconfidence, fears with this technique. In America, this is taught in schools as part of school curriculum. EFT is part of energy medicine. This is where ancient Indian Ayurveda, traditional Chinese medicine, and the South American shamanic traditions come from, which believes that we are all an energy body. So energy can be treated with energy. So Western medicine today is embracing energy medicine. Tons of medicals and journals and medical articles on it. And EFT that you see on the screen, emotional freedom techniques, is the technique to help you release any fear, limiting thoughts, beliefs, and anything that's stopping you. Please Google this technique. Please check it on YouTube. It can be self-coached. It can be self-learned. It can be self-applied. This is my last takeaway to you. This will completely change your life. It's today used for clinical health purposes. There are tons of articles on this. Essentially, we've got energy meridians or energy pathways in our body, which stores negative energy. So EFT is like acupressure, but without needles. It's using your fingers. So when you start tapping on certain acupressure points, it starts releasing the fears, the limitations, the negative thoughts permanently. The key word here is permanently. Emotional freedom techniques. Please Google it. Please YouTube it. Please learn this. This will help you release as well as pour whatever I taught you today. So having said that, I really hope you're able to change your mindset and to change your reality. Remember, you were never born a victim. You are a manifester. You are a co-creator. Claim your power back, the power of your thought, the power of your beliefs, and start creating the life you need. I love this quote of Vishen Lakhani, who says, your soul isn't here to achieve, it is to evolve. Please start evolving. take action right now. Get a coach, get a mentor. You can follow me on Mind Coach Priyanka Rao on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. On an everyday basis, I share several mindset hacks to reprogram and release. If you really enjoyed what I said, there's always free accessible information on my social media handles. And if you think you'd like to fast track your growth right now, remember, you were not born with these challenges. You don't have to live with them. And if you wish to continue having this conversation with me, you can get in touch with me for 2 of my programs, Mind Coaching and Belief Clearing Quest. My last takeaway before I hand it over back to Dr. Honey is that this program is for you if you procrastinate, if you have a fear of public speaking, if you have anxiety and panic attacks, if you're scared, if you lack confidence, if you overthink, if you're lazy, or you just want to learn the mindset of the most successful people. And the Belief Clearing Quest is for you if you're stuck, you're confused, you're unhappy, you have low self-esteem, you feel inferior, you lack confidence, and you're scared. I'm going to share with you how you can actually get in touch with me. Mind Coach Priyanka Rao. My email address is on the screen. My website is on the screen. If you believe that I could be a right coach for you, please, I open myself up to receiving your emails or your messages online. And having said that, God bless you all. Stay safe. And thank you very much for your time and your patience. Over to you, Dr. Honey.
Wow, that was just absolutely amazing, Priyanka. In such a short time, you shared such amazing information. May I ask you to perhaps stop sharing the screen, if that's okay, dear Priyanka? Thank you. That was wonderful. How many years have you been studying this, Priyanka?
So I've been studying the mind since 21, so that's 15 years.
Wow, that's wonderful.
Yeah. 15 years. So one of the reasons I actually started studying that was because when I was young, I grew up in Europe for the most part of my younger years. And I used to face racism and bullying on an everyday basis in the American school that I was studying in Paris. And that acquired destructive belief systems in me, which when I grew older, started spilling over to other areas of my life. So a lot of what I shared with you today comes from a place of experience because I apply that on me to remove those belief systems.
Wow, that's brilliant. And I think that's the best way to teach others when you've been through something yourself, you've been through the practical experience, you've tried it yourself, you know it really does work, and then pass on that knowledge to other people. It's the most powerful. And you also talked about, some really interesting things you talked about, the conscious and the subconscious mind. And you talked about the reservoir of experiences and events that are all there within the subconscious. And
Yes.
The boss and the one that just follows the instructions. So the conscious mind is the boss, of course, and the subconscious mind just follows instructions. So how you talked also at the end about how to clear some of these negative experiences and events, etc. How important is it? So if people are watching out there, because you have families who are there with children, they're bringing up these wonderful kids, they must be going through lots of different challenges in life. How important is it for the parents to be aware of all this? Because the children are going through these challenges, and in a way, these experiences are being built up over the years. But by the time they're adults, they're not actually becoming the best versions of themselves. They're actually, limiting their potential.
Yes.
So what message would you like to perhaps give to the parents who may be watching out here of how to instill the good memories in these children?
That's a brilliant question, and you've kind of hit, the nail on the head. All the parents who are listening out there, whatever you tell your children, they are picking it up unquestioned, unfiltered, and believe it to be absolutely true. So build empowering belief systems. Think back of your own childhood. Perhaps your parents were not as supportive or as loving or did not push you to achieve your dreams or made you believe that you're not enough or not worthy of what you wanted to be. And that's why you did not do it. But the child does not believe that. And whatever you tell him or her, he will pick it up to be the ultimate truth. So tell them that they can be whatever they want to be. Show them their innate talents and their qualities. Tell them that you will back them up and support them no matter what. Give them a safety net and let them fly. They will amaze you, because every child is born with such an immense amount of potential. And your subconscious mind, like you said, is a collection of impressions, knowledge, wisdom since the beginning of time, in the beginning of human life. It doesn't just come from this present life, which is why when you surrender your subconscious mind, ideas, solutions can come to you, which even you did not know existed. So Picasso, Michelangelo, Graham Bell, Alexander, Einstein, where did they get their inventions from? The subconscious mind. In fact, some of them got in their sleep and they woke up and they quickly took notes. So your subconscious mind can take you to the next level. Allow them to fly. That's my message to the parents.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. Yes, allow the children to fly. And of course, they say that memories are very important. So whatever you're going through in life, to try to perhaps look at the more optimistic side of life. So the way you're interpreting life as well at the same time. Because as you mentioned, half full or half empty glass, perhaps some people look at. If you teach your children to look at the half full glass instead of the half empty glass, even that's very important, because they're actually shifting their perception of that situation in life as well, that they're going through. Absolutely. You also talked about, that was very interesting, the way you said that the whole glass, you can't fill anything more positive things in there because there's so many negative things there. And people are full of these, experiences of life and things they've seen or been taught, etc. So how about, again, in families, maybe, you're helping to help your children evolve and you're going through lots and lots of experiences. How do you help the children clear some of the baggage they may have? Because then you want to fill it up with nice positive energy. It's never too late to help your children become the best versions of themselves. So wherever you are at this moment in time, how do you help maybe difficult children, perhaps they've gone through some situations, to clear it, to help them become better individuals as well?
Yes, it's never too late to a child or even an adult to change. My oldest client was a 76-year-old lady who wanted to shift her mindset. So it's never really too late. The best technique that I can share for children is emotional freedom techniques. This is actually taught in schools as part of the school curriculum in America, because as a child, if you are taught to release fears, negative emotions, anything limiting you, kind of nip in the bud before it grows inside, like a monster inside of you, it doesn't grow as you grow older. So emotional freedom techniques, to all the parents out there, please Google it, please YouTube it. There are EFT practitioners as well around the world. If you can teach your child EFT, it will be their best friend for life. I've been self-tapping on for 10 years now, and I wish I had this when I was a child. I would probably have grown up with several different experiences. So that is my takeaway, or my give to the parents who want their children to remove negative memories, experiences, or emotions. Emotional freedom techniques.
That's amazing, because when you look at the Indian Eastern philosophy, where you talk about the nadis, the nadi system, and you talked about the meridians, which come from the Oriental, the Chinese, or so, the Asian background. So, we say there are all these lines, not just like the blood vessels. You have the energetic lines all around your body as well. So when you're actually doing the tapping, you're actually releasing these energies and allowing the energy. So if we can maybe see it as energy, like a wire, there's energy, and then something's like a water pipe, something is stuck. And if you open it up again, the water starts flowing again, maybe. So sometimes you've got these trapped energies you need to get flushed out, of the system. So maybe if somebody's thinking about how does this whole thing work, maybe they could see it in that way and just visualize it. It's just a flushing out of your whole energy system. That's very, very powerful. What you've shared today is absolutely amazing here, Priyanka, really. And you also talked about, the I am. I think this I am is very powerful. It really is, because everyone every time says, oh, I'm so silly. Oh, I'm so, I'm so forgetful. I'm like this, I'm like that. They always say these I ams. So why not say,
Yes.
oh, I'm a good person, I'm a kind person, I'm an intelligent person, I'm a fearless person. So why not use that I am? So that's a very powerful thing. How do children, I mean, can they use this as affirmations, or families even? Like, sometimes you have a family affirmation that we are a great family, we're a happy family. How would you help people use this kind of techniques as a family?
So I have actually had clients who have kind of framed an I am fearless, or I am enough, or I'm worthy, or I'm deserving, or I matter. And they have actually placed these frames in their living rooms, or in their bedrooms, or in their kids' rooms. So every time you are there, you're reading it. So your subconscious mind is absorbing it even when you're doing your day-to-day chores. And because it's so powerful, it is assimilating it. So for families, this is the best way to actually do it. We are can get confused with the subconscious mind, but I am cannot. So even if you put it up as a family, each one is reading it as I am, and each subconscious mind is reading it for them.
Okay,
So my
got it.
suggestion is to stick to I ams and not we are, because the subconscious mind will pick that up faster and stronger. And
Great.
that's a brilliant technique you can actually follow as a family.
Right. So you can put it all up everywhere. So whatever the family wants to, it's more fun that way, isn't it? When you work
Yes.
together as a family, saying, okay, right, this is who we are. This is what the vision we're working towards as a family, and makes it more fun. Children like it because it's more like a game, and it's, helping to move them in the right direction, because I'm very much about fun. I have a whole page, by the way, of I ams on my wall as well. I've had it for 15 years. So every time you go out of alignment, you always look at it. I'm like this. It's okay. When you become impatient with something, say, I'm patient. I'm a patient person. So you remind yourself. So it definitely helps a lot to have this I am there. This is great.
Definitely.
So is there Priyanka, is there any final messages that you may feel that you would like to share with our audiences? Very soon, of course, we're going to be going through to meet our next guest, of course, which is Ira Kaur. And she's also going to be speaking to us about how, the lifestyle changes actually saved her from getting COVID-19, saved her from COVID-19. So, which is a very powerful subject too. But before we go on to her, is there any final questions or anything that you would like to share with us, Priyanka?
Yes, the final message for all the audiences who are online and hearing us is, remember, your mind does not know the difference between real and imaginary. So you can make the mind believe what you want it to believe. So start claiming that power and make the mind believe what you want to believe, and become a master of your mind, not a slave. It's just a tool. Use it as a tool. God bless you and stay safe.
Oh, that is wonderful. Priyanka, actually, that reminds me of the Matrix. When we talk about the Matrix, like whatever you wanted to believe in your mind, whether you want to believe the red pill or the blue pill, that's what you'll be experiencing in life. So that's a very powerful.
Sorry? It's the placebo effect. It's the placebo effect. Believe it, it will.
Yes, it will. Absolutely. I think that is absolutely amazing. People have healed themselves. People have literally completely healed themselves. People have just changed and transformed their lives. People have attracted the most amazing things to themselves just by the power of the mind. So Priyanka, what you have shared with us today, we're really, really grateful for. I'm sure every single audience member who's watching us out there have really found these gems of, wisdom that's come through here. And we wish you the best of luck. For one final time, you had a website that people can go and visit, just in case people want to find out more about your work.
Yes, www.priyankarao.com. If you want to get in touch with me, you can book a free 30-minute discovery consultation call from my website. mindcoaching@priyankarao.com is my email, or you can just DM me online on Facebook, Instagram. Find me as Mind Coaching Priyanka Rao, and I'm happy to schedule a call for you.
That sounds amazing. There you go. And just in case if you didn't catch that, just go and visit our Healing Our Earth website. You will find all the details there about Priyanka. Priyanka, thank you so much for joining us today. We would just like to say a very big global namaste to you for joining us. And we're wishing you the best of luck. Keep transforming lives, because I think what you're doing is one of the most powerful gifts you can give to other people, of transforming their whole future, evolving them. And so thank you. Keep up the great work, and we hope to see you back again in our Healing Our Earth.
Thank you, Dr. Honey. Thank you very much, Healing Our Earth. And thank you, Mr. Kumar, for having me online. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. We now actually go on to our next wonderful, really, really wonderful guest. She comes, of course, from India. This is Ira Kaur. Ira Kaur is going to be speaking to us about the lifestyle that saved her from dying with COVID-19. That's very interesting. But let's first find out a little bit about her background. Ira Kaur is a self-love mentor, author, wellness consultant, and jewelry entrepreneur. She's a lady on a mission to help maximize the potential of every individual and help them shine from within, which is really good. She's also been educated in courses such as NLP, life coaching, clinical hypnotherapy, pranic healing, crystal healing, sound healing, oh my gosh, yoga, inner engineering, vipassana, and Vaidehi Tantra as well. And together with being the author of another book, which is a really interesting book called Self-Love, The Power Within You. Now, Gems of Ira is her another project, which is her healing gemstone jewelry initiative, where each piece is individually customized and aligned to bring prosperity and abundance to the user. That's very interesting. We're going to find out more about. And with her over 12 years of experience in energy healing, she has conducted over 1,000 coaching sessions and has taught meditation to over 15,000 people. Oh my gosh, she is a little package, isn't she? Ira, I would like to really, really welcome you. A global namaste to you, dear Ira.
Global namaste to everyone. Thank you, honey, so much for introducing me. It was lovely. And I will say you're looking so pretty today.
Thank you so much. And so are you. Look at you. I love those flowers around you. So beautiful. So
and
lovely.
The flower on your head, it's like blowing the mind. It's like, oh, this is the diva.
And you said, I like feeling feminine, you know, and I feel flowers are very feminine energy, you know, that come through, which is great. Thank you for that. So, oh my gosh, Ira, you have done so much. You have a whole list of things that you have done, so many things you've studied, so many things you do. This jewelry you have, which is amazing because it actually has this energy that creates abundance in people who use it. We have lots to talk about today. So tell me, what will you be sharing with us today?
So I'll be sharing the lifestyle, which I call the self-love lifestyle, because the lifestyle is something that you develop. It's not that you're born with. You need to change so many things. You need to change your small habits to inculcate that you become more beautiful, more stronger, more strengthful, more powerful. And actually everybody can. It's just like nobody had taught them to. They have taken the degrees of all the like MBA, PhD, but nobody taught that the simple technique just how to be happy.
That's very true. And happiness actually is one of the most important things, because, you know, without the happiness, what's the point of life if you're always miserable, if you're always complaining, if you're always not happy with things? So happiness actually is a very important thing. Joyfulness, I normally say joyfulness because it comes from within, right? Yes. So, and I also know that you had also, the lifestyle actually saved you from COVID-19. Now that's very powerful as well. What's that about?
So I will say just on 16th, I was diagnosed with COVID, and that like 16 April. Oh yes. No, which month is going on? Yeah, it's May now. So 16 April.
Wow, that's wow. You look great. You know, still with COVID, most people are like, oh, you know, this is really good. You've got great strength in you. So yeah. So what happened?
So it happened. It's like the COVID started from my mom. And she was like having fever, but she was like, no, it will be normal viral, so it's okay, I won't get tested. And we know that it's going to be something, but she was insisting on not getting tested. So we were still communicating, interacting, though we were like in different rooms, all we were different rooms, but still giving food and everything. And I started feeling like my energy is becoming little low. And but the thing was, my mom has COVID and my dad has COVID, and both are on bed. Like they are really low on energy with cough and cold, and mom had high fever, and my energy was like going down. But at that time, I don't had time to take time for myself, because I have to be on toes to give the food to both of them. At that moment, I felt like my house has become so big. I have to go from kitchen to room. It becomes so like a long journey.
Yes, yes, we've heard that actually. People who have COVID, they say they can't get off the sofa. You know, it's like, oh, we can't be bothered to go to the kitchen to have food because they just can't get up from the sofa. You know, they're so lethargic and, you know, feel really tired actually. Yes.
Absolutely.
So how did you manage?
So this is what I need to tell that with that everything, I manage everything. I give, I sit for 1 minute just to energize myself and then get back to work. And it doesn't end. One day, what happened was like my mom oxygen level was dipping, and it dipped from like 93 to 90 to 87 to 86. And everything is gone like, we gotta do something. And in India, it was the time that you were not getting any admissions in the hospital. You were not able to get the oxygen cylinder. It's a complete mess. Because when you have a COVID, like talking over like on a phone for even 1 minute, you get tired.
Right. Wow. Gosh.
Arranging everything, and finally it's like to get a cylinder, it's not easy. You get cylinder from one place, you get the machine which like operate on the cylinder from another place, and you got the key which can open the cylinder from another place. So
Gosh,
everything,
wow. A lot of things to do just to get that sorted. Oh my gosh, yes.
four different people were working to just give us one cylinder. And finally the cylinder got arrived at night by 11:30. And at that time, like I'm helping her to exercise, and as the oxygen level were dipping, it's like no boundaries left now. I have to go inside, I have to heal her. It's like I was not able to understand that what's happening in my body right now, but the power that I have to get heal her, it was so much that I'm taking my like my balls and I'm like playing them there so that she can get all right quickly. And all my friends were healing her, and like I don't get time to ask people to heal me also.
Oh dear, we better all pray for dear Ira, everyone watching out there. Such a beautiful girl, you know, we have to send her lovely energy. Yeah.
After that, it was like uh, the oxygen comes up. I mean, I make her do proning and do breathing exercise, everything. But the moment she just sits and relax, the oxygen dips again. So now I am getting tired because it's 12 p.m. I'm like a.m. in the morning. I'm getting tired, but I can't get tired. And what I do, I made an alarm on my mobile. It's like every half an hour I have to go and check on her with the oximeter. How much is the oxygen? So the half an hour that I get, what I used to do is yog nidra.
Right. Yes.
Being
Is
aware
this
of that.
is this the presentation? Is this something you wanted to do a presentation on, or is it something you will be sharing with us today? Because this is wonderful. You know how you look after your family, how the families come together during such tough times. You know how you have to support each other. This is
Absolutely.
something we can all learn from.
Yeah, and I will be sharing that how to do it also, and I will share my like YouTube link also because I've recorded many Yog Nidra there before also. So
Right.
the idea was when I do Yog Nidra, it's like being aware of the body, making them relax, allowing my body to heal quickly because I don't have time. And then the alarm rings, I have to get up, go check. And again, she is also awake, but again, she is like the oxygen tips, like quickly do the prawning, do the healing, like ask her to do breathing exercises. And the night went really, it just went, I will say. And finally, like after the my shift, like after 5 p.m. because father was also having. So after 5 a.m., I asked him, now you check, I will have some sleep.
Yes. Wow. This is really great. So you've been very dedicated to looking after. Is your mum and dad fine now? Is
Yeah,
this
all
what
is
you
good.
mean by the lifestyle that you have to incorporate certain things in your life to help to make these changes? Is that what you mean
Yes, yes,
by
yes. So
this?
I will sharing all the lifestyle that I used to have and I'm having it. And now I'm changing their lifestyle also. So I will tell everything about it. So the story doesn't end there. Now, one thing I will share more, like on that next day evening, I was sitting and meditating. I was like, God, how can that be? It's like, there gotta be some way. I can do. I know I can heal. I can fix things. That there gotta be some way by because of the COVID, the mind doesn't work actually. It's get blinded. It's like it has black spots everywhere. I can't just see what's the idea. But the idea came. And at that moment, I just ran to her and I asked her, you need to do self-healing. And I taught her self-healing at that moment, that how you need to just allow yourself to take out all this stuff and just throw it away. And when she started doing that, the healing start become like she started becoming better quickly.
Very nice. Very good. Yes. So you've actually had first-hand experience of using your healing techniques and making sure that it really works, and you've seen the results as well.
Yes. So after that, I will tell you, like I have doing the moment I get a little better, I've been teaching these techniques to like more than 200 or 300 people so far every day on the some Zoom events. I'm teaching them so that they can help themselves. It is so important right now to heal yourself because not everyone can be around you.
Yes,
And
that's true.
like I just heard Priyanka was saying and talking about it. It was so beautiful because I know exactly what she is saying.
Yes, yes.
There's
Anybody
something
who has
about
studied the mind, anybody who has studied the mind, who has studied healing, who has studied quantum physics, will understand this straight away. You know what she's talking about, and of course, the healing that you talk about also is very connected to that as well, because you
absolutely.
have to. It's all healing on all layers, mentally, emotionally, physically. You have all the different layers, and you have to ensure that you bring in the energy, and there's a shift in every layer for you to
Absolutely.
experience that, understand that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Honey, you are so intelligent. You know everything.
No, I've been studying this for many years. Yes, but yeah, absolutely, you're right, Ira. So please tell us. And you also spoke about this the self-love path as well, because you say self-love is the path to self-actualization. So how does this all connect with what you teach and how you help people heal, etc., and the self-actualization part?
So the self-love is, I will say, it's to bring yourself in a better and better version of yourself because we all are very powerful. The only thing we start thinking that we are weak. We all are very amazing, like we can do super things, but we don't believe in it. And
Absolutely.
it's not only about believing, it's also about like experimenting it, trying to awake those powers. So I give you a very good example of it. I just love this example. So when you see this, it's like a stone. Does anybody would like to keep a stone as a showpiece at their house?
Mostly not.
Yeah.
Yes.
But what I will say that it's not a stone. It has so much power. It has so much beauty, but nobody is able to recognize it. You know why? Because it has not been cut and polished. If I say this, see the beauty of it. It
Beautiful
has so much
crystals.
power. It has so much light, but you didn't
Absolutely.
try to open it. So once you just start cutting and polishing yourself, it's like with the experiences, with the knowledge, with the skills, with like integrating all the elements within yourself to learn the honesty, responsibility, trust, having the faith on yourself. As you start polishing yourself with every experience, you get a new cut, and that's how you shine like a diamond.
Wow, that is just so amazing. Ira, I love that example. Wow, I'm sure the audience members out there like it too. You went from the stone and then you went from the unpolished version. And then this is like fully polished. And look how gorgeous it looks. Absolutely. This is what they say about diamonds, isn't it? That if you have a rough cut diamond, people don't even recognize it's a stone and they throw it away. But
Yeah.
they say, well, no, this is very valuable. If you just polished it a bit, you will see the shine, you know? Yes.
So again, to coming to rough cut to this diamond, we really need to have so many experience of our life, so many cutting and pressurization and the pain that we go through. This is the every cut and polish that we go through to shine like a diamond.
Wow. That's
And the
a very powerful example. I love it, Ira. Such a beautiful. And you know, some people are visual, some people like to hear, etc. By seeing something visual, straight away gives you that a picture in your mind that you never forget that example, which is
yes,
very nice.
definitely, and that's why I say that everybody can shine.
Yes.
You just need a good miner, and then you need a good cutter.
So tell us a little bit about how can you do a bit of good mining and good cutting? How would you do that? Tell us. So if each person out there who's watching right now, and we say, come on, you know, we need to develop a better lifestyle, a never ending growth, you know, a mindset to keep learning to evolve along the way. What tips and advice would you give? Is there a presentation, or would you like to share something with the audience?
I would like to share the activities because I defined the activities. This is the tools that I want to give so that you can practice it. Because the more you will practice it, the more feel good you will have. And all these practices are there in the self-love lifestyle. Like I have the course that I'm doing. It's like 101 presentation slides on it. So it's like every slide is a new technique or new way that you can develop yourself further.
Wow, that's amazing. 101 slides. Please give us a few of these tips at least. I'm sure we can go back with this treasure.
First one I will share with you is I call the self-love hug. So in psychology, we will say that self-love hug is like when one hand of like your right hand is touching your left hand, and when your left hand is touching your right hand, it gives a sense of security to you. It just makes your mind think that, oh, somebody's holding me. And you feel good. It's like, okay, I have a support of someone. But
and that is me. Support of me. Yeah, I've got support of me. I feel good. Yeah.
I end this here only. I go this further step and I incorporate, you can say, the Marma therapy in it. And it's called the self-love hug with a different style. So just do it with me and you will see how you feel after 36 breath. Okay. So the hug is different now. You need to put one hand under your armpit And the thumb is outside. Another. Yes. Put the hands and just relax. And just allow yourself to have 36 breath. So just breathe in and
If you're
breathe out.
watching this outside there, dear audience members, try this out. You're going to love this.
Absolutely. So just breathe in and breathe out. With every breath that you take, you go deeper and deeper inside yourself. And with every exhale, you deeply relax your mind. You can allow yourself to close your eyes if you feel comfortable. So just breathe in and deeply connect with yourself. And as you breathe out, just relax your body. So just be aware of your breath. And every breath that you take, say to yourself, you're amazing. And with every exhale, the world is amazing. With every inhale, allow yourself to feel the love which is within you. And with every exhale, share this love with the entire world. And just be aware of your breath. Your breath is so powerful, so amazing. With every breath you take, you feel the love. And with every exhale, you breathe out love. Just be aware of your love and be aware of your breath. You are alive because you're breathing. So be thankful for your breath. Be grateful of who you are. Amazing and beautiful. I allow myself to connect with the love that I am having. And I allow it to spread inside my body, in each and every part, in each and every cell of my body, vibrating with love to make me feel more amazing and wonderful. Because I am love. I spread love and I allow everyone to love me more. So I welcome love. Just be aware of your breath. Feel your loving breath. It's making your whole body vibrate with love. You're amazing. You're wonderful. And you're beautiful. Now just relax. And so you can share, how do you feel now?
Actually, I'm getting these beautiful messages. Everybody feels lovely. It's so relaxing. It's really, really beautifully and very relaxing. And it just, I think sometimes you need to take that time out to just, like you said, self-love, you know, just to love yourself. If you can't love yourself, who else is going to love you? You have to love yourself before any other, you know, allow other people to love you. So this is a very beautiful first step to loving yourself, I think. And also it's very relaxing, you know, I find that that's very relaxing too.
So
They say that when you
behind it, I tell you the science behind it. What happens is, like, under your armpit here are the lymph nodes. Yeah. So the lymph fluid travels, and lymph fluid work is to take out the toxins from the body. So when you just give a little vibration, it's like your fingers also have pulsation. So when the pulsation attached to those nerves, to the nose, nadis or energy meridians, it start pulsating, and it helps the body to bring alignment.
That's very clever, isn't it? So you wouldn't even give yourself a hug this way, but you would give your hug by pressing underneath the armpits, so you're actually activating the meridian points.
Yes,
That's absolutely fantastic. Yes, so there's a science behind it. And you said about this lifestyle, you know, about building in this kind of right mindset, so that you can continuously develop a better lifestyle, upgrade your lifestyle, or evolve, let's say. Are there other tips you could perhaps share with our audience members?
So honey, I will share the tips. I have 3. So like, it's like 1 I have shared. I will share 3 more. So that, so the first technique that I shared, because I just give an overview of it. I said that you are not only your mind. You have the body, you have the emotions, you have the mind. So we need to work on all the 3 aspects to actually bring what you are looking for, that joyfulness. So first, right now, we worked on the body. It's like when you work on the body, the results are very quick because it's directly working on it. And now we're going to work on the mind, that how you can actually, with your mind, heal your body. And that's also very amazing and very quick. So if so we are already relaxed. Now you can just think, if you have any aches and pain in your body, like if you have a sore throat, or you feel heavy on the chest by listening so much of traumatic news, you really feel something like, oh, I don't feel good. So that heaviness is there. Or somebody having knee pain, or like having shoulder pain, headache, anything. So just be aware, relax yourself, allow yourself to close your eyes and connect to your body. Feel your body from top of your head until the tip of your toe. That is there any pain in your body or any discomfort? From top of your head till the tip of your toe, just allow your mind, your internal eye to flow through your entire body and see if there is any discomfort. If there is, just be aware of it. And as you get aware of it, you just need to do one small thing. Allow your hand to move. Bring your hand to that part of your body. It's like if it's a sore throat, just feel, okay, this is sore throat. This is that itchiness, which is like troubling me. Where it is. Okay, this is something. Just whatever it is, I'll just pull it out and throw it in the sun. That's it. And just
doing it. I'm throwing it out.
Yeah, just throw it in the sun. Burn it. You completely
out of the system.
If it's a heaviness in your heart, just like, oh, where it is, I'm just pulling it out. Okay, out of my body. You don't need it here. I don't need it here. Just out, throw it. It's like goal. But I'm calling it in the sun.
Yes, absolutely. Let it all burn away somewhere else.
Yeah, like my head, my neck is feeling heavy. Like where it is, okay, I'm just pulling you out wherever you are, just out of my body. I don't need you anymore. Don't come back.
Yes, I like that. Yes, you're in charge. You have to listen to you.
Yeah,
your
my
mind
body
has to listen.
It's my body. I have to decide. If I don't want you to stay here, just get out. Now, because it has become sticky, because you have given the space for some time now, so you really have to pull it. Pull it. No. Throw.
Yes, yes.
So people who are there, who have just done it, how do you feel? Do you feel something just relaxed in your body after doing that?
I just feel happy doing this. I'm having fun. I'm actually really feeling I'm really getting it all out of the system. I'm just just having fun, and actually you're having yourself feeling lighter, right? Like this, much lighter than feeling, oh, you know, so which is brilliant. I'm sure people out there who have practiced and tried this, actually, if you take it a little bit more, you know, like you do this seriously every single day, you can start healing yourself in certain areas, you know. Is that right? There's a science behind this as well.
This is your mind which is working, and it's like you deciding what you just understand. A simple fact I will say that if you develop a tumor inside your body, has somebody put it inside, like cut it and like put the tumor inside? No, the body had made it, you have made it. So why you need to cut it out to remove it? You can again dissolve it back also. You have that much of power.
Actually, I have seen, you know, a long time ago, it was two Buddhist monks, I believe, two Buddhist monks, and this was real. They sat, it was on YouTube. I don't think it's there anymore, actually, but it used to be there. But they would go to a patient who had cancer, and you could see it on the screen, you know, where the cancer lump was, very big lump.
Yeah.
And they just came in and put their hands there and started chanting. And they would just carry on chanting, 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 and kept giving energy. In 20 minutes, literally, you could see it all throughout the YouTube link, 20 minutes link. It started going small, 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 until it was gone. In 20 minutes, the monks, I don't know how they, you know, they must be so pure at heart, and they know how to turn energy into, you know, manifest energies. So yeah, they must have this really powerful knowledge, and this is what they do. So I'm sure if we were doing it as well, slowly our healing powers would increase as we practice more.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the chanting, the science behind it, I will, if I'll share it, it is like human body is the show of light and sound, right? So your entire body have different sound frequency. So if you do endoscopy, you will hear different sounds from different part of your body. Like your heart is like dhak dhak, your kidney is like chi chi, your liver is like drr, drr. So different sounds are there. So every element, like any part of your body is disturbed, it means the sound frequency of that part has been disturbed. It is not aligned. And if you give the right sound frequency, it will just align all the cells there, and problem is completely gone.
Absolutely. Nowadays, you see that's really powerful. Thank you for sharing that, Ira. That is very, very important knowledge actually to share with our audiences. I've seen it also, you know, sometimes you have the music with different hertz. You have 540 hertz, or you have 720 hertz, so 146 or whatever.
I use this as like the sound which is create, if you have headaches and everything, it just helps you. This is the sound. So I have different singing balls. It's like create different sound frequency, and it just heals you very quickly.
Yes. And you can actually hear, you can actually feel your, sometimes if you hear the right music, you can feel vibrations in your body at the time, or you can feel vibrations in your hands, or in your hand, you know, sometimes on your third eye, or sometimes throughout your body. You know, sometimes you can start feeling this frequency, you're connecting to it. So so I think there is a very powerful methodology behind the science of sound therapy.
And I will share one thing. It is also like the problems that you are having right now was created with the sound only.
Right. How do you mean by that? What do you mean? Like, how would you say
I'll give you
if somebody
example.
had some issues? Mm-hmm.
Yes, of course. Like maybe in your childhood, somebody say, "Oh, what are you doing? You're so disgusting." That sound definitely impacted you. You felt bad. You went through many days and you were still singing, how that person said that thing to me. Oh, it's okay. I don't care about that person. But that's still, he said that to me. Am I disgusting? Now he is gone, but am I still disgusting? So what's happened? You start saying it to yourself.
Wow, that's very powerful. Yes, it's true. The sound of somebody's words, like when you can say to somebody, like you mentioned about my flower, you know, it uplifts you when you say something nice to somebody. You know, it always makes them feel good. And when you say something bad to somebody, saying, "Oh, you know, did you have to wear that bright pink color? It's really bright, isn't it?" So straight away, think, "Oh my God," you start getting conscious. Is it really that bright? And you start, you know, so I can see that the sound and whatever words you say also has a huge impact, as we know.
It is like everything in this world is noise or harmony. In the sound level, anything which is a noise, it creates disturbance in your body also. The cells get disturbed. But when there is a harmony, harmony sound like ragas, like Ved mantras or Buddhist chants, anything. These has a harmony in the sound. And that impacts your body and the cells in your body. So it is important to listen to good music
Yes.
because that heals.
Yes, yes, you're absolutely right. They've seen that with babies, young children. If you put really nice, good quality spiritual music in the background, their brains will become, you know, will develop faster, and they'll become, well, their memories will be sharper. They'll remember things. They'll become more intelligent. Something about the spiritual music in the background helps
Absolutely.
to align with their development. So if families are watching out there, they've got children, etc. So you sometimes even play really nice, you know, like a Mozart music in the background, classical music in the background. So that sound is really actually resonating with your brain, the wiring of the brain as well. So there is definitely a lot of scientific research there. You're absolutely right, Ira.
Yes. So the last technique, well, like I actually shared midway many more techniques also, that it's good to have good music and good sounds because that really helps you to work on your body. So I will share one last technique, and that technique I call it's the most amazing technique that I've developed so far. And so to start with, that you can allow yourself to change the pain that you have with the situation very quickly with 5 steps.
So
And
anybody having any kind of are suffering about something or have some negative things or situation they're in, you can change that within 5 steps, right?
yes, yes. So let's go. Okay, do one thing. Everybody, just think of a situation where you are not comfortable of. Just think. Okay, and that just by thinking of that situation, I feel, where should I run off? So just
Absolutely, actually, you're right. It's like, well, that's terrible situation, you know, it's still there, you know, however good you try to make it optimistic, you know, it's still there.
yes. So just think of the situation. Now, as you think of the situation, this is a situation. Feel the situation in front of you like this, like a ball, a ball. And the situation has 2 parts. One part is the fact that it is there, it is done, it is this. And one part is your emotions, that whatever it is, I don't like it. I'm not good with it. So just be aware, okay, these are 2 parts. One part is this is the fact, it is done. And this is emotion, I still feel bad. So when you this emotion, do one thing, just take this emotion and just keep it, like throw it on the ground. Yeah. And so you're left with only the fact. And this is the fact. Okay. It has happened. It is there. It is there. Now I just accept it. So the first step is accepting it. I accept it now. Yes, it is there. I can't do anything. It is there. Now, the second step, appreciate it. Oh, this is so amazing. This is so amazing. Well, let's just start appreciating it. This is so amazing. It's so wonderful. Like, whatever it is done. I can't help it. So it is amazing. And I really appreciate that. Maybe it will help me with something or some learning. I don't know. But okay, very good. You're amazing. You have done something really good. Just start appreciating it. So by just appreciating it, what's happening when you say these words inside you also, it brings a shift within you. Now you just see the situation, you become more comfortable with it. So the steps have not over. We will go to the third step. The third step is the intention. Now, what exactly you want? Because you wanted something else and it has not happened. That's why you're irritated, right? So, what exactly you want? So, have one more. Okay, I want this to happen. So, have clarity now how you can do this, like how you can bring this intention in the reality. So, you have to bring it on it. That, okay, this is done. So I have to do something else to bring this now. So the fourth step is gather all the resources, that how you can do it now. Gather all the resources and just reform it. Because when you gather resources and you start working on it, there will be a new formation again. And in this new formation, it's like something has reformed within you and in the situation. It will happen. And when it is reformed, the last step which you need to do is like just adore yourself that I am so amazing. I have just changed the situation. I'm so amazing. I'm just wonderful. Wow, I'm great.
I like that bit. I think I like that. Mine's my favorite bit. I love myself.
5 steps. Accept, appreciate, intention, reform, and adore.
Wow.
And to remember it, you just need to remember AAIRA.
AAIRA. Ira. That's your name. Oh my God, that's genius. I will remember that definitely, that our Ira came up with an amazing system, right? And I like this. I go, to throw it away, replace it, and create new, associations, as we would say. And then, of course, saying that I love myself. Look what I've created. Absolutely, because you are the creator, right, of your life and everything that you have, what you have within your life. So you also talked about reshifting your thoughts and your perception of what has taken place.
Absolutely.
Like, you just look at it as facts because it's now just a memory, right? It's happened, it's gone. So you really can't do anything about it. So change your think that, oh, maybe I'll learn something from it. Maybe it helped me to grow or evolve further. So there is always this. So even in families, when people are there, if you're going through this situation, you could help each other. So if you've got somebody who's all depressed and something has happened, you can say, okay, sit down, come on, let's go through this exercise together. So Absolutely. If there are families out there, this could be a really great exercise you can all learn and help each other with.
Yes, very nice. Thank you so much for all this wrapping up nicely, honey. It's like amazing.
Yes, I just have to say, Ira, that you've been really amazing yourself. You've been really brilliant, and all this wonderful thing. You have such a very peaceful, serene way of explaining everything. No rush, nothing, just explaining bit by bit, and I love it. And you've left us with some very, very powerful exercises, which are so simple yet so powerful that it can create really wonderful shifts and changes in people's lives. So we're very, very, very appreciative of that. Thank you, Ira.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and very soon, by the way, do stay tuned in, because we have very shortly our next guest who's going to be joining us, by the way, Ira. We've got Chimera who's coming down, Chimera Lamouth. You're going to love her. She's amazing. She's also another lady who talks about families, and she's going to be sharing some really great insights and wonderful tips and advice on families. So do stay tuned in. And Ira, meanwhile, we want to wish you the best of luck for the work you're doing. Keep, keep smiling, keep sharing happiness, and look after your mom and dad. Heal them, heal yourself. And from all of us here, get well soon, because you already look fine. but get out of this COVID thing. Unfortunately, I know many people have gone through it, but I think most people have to be like you, just smile, heal themselves, boost up the immune system, mental powers, and come out of their COVID situation. Yes, absolutely. But Ira, I would like to just finish off with a lovely global namaste to you. A very big thank you. Enjoy your day. Have fun. Keep working hard and come back again and visit us.
Surely. Thank you, everyone. Namaste to everyone.
Namaste. Namaste. Thank you so much. Wasn't that amazing? Isn't she great? I loved her. Ira was amazing. I really enjoyed those exercises, and that was really fun. I hope you enjoyed that too. Just in case, if you really enjoyed it and you missed out, in the future, this whole program is always on our Healing Our Earth YouTube channel. So you can ask your friends and family to watch it again, or if you've left out or you missed out on some of the information, you can go back and watch again as well. So that will be out there after tomorrow. Now we've got our next guest. She is really amazing. She comes from the USA. Her name is Kimera Lamothe. And Kimera is a PhD. She's a dancer, a philosopher, a playwright, farmer, and a mother of 5. Oh my gosh, how does she do this? And all her kids are between the ages of 11 and 25. She looks 25 herself. I don't know how she made this possible. She looks gorgeous. Now, formerly, she was on the faculty of Harvard University, and she's the author of 6 books, including Why We Dance. I'm really interested in that one, so I'm going to go out there and get that book. She's also come out with various different musicals. Her musical called Happy If Happy When was premiered in 2017, and that is based on her own family story of moving to a farm. Isn't that interesting? And initial productions featured performances by the 7 members of her own family playing versions of themselves. I find that really very, very creative. That's very interesting. And Kimera has received fellowships for her work from the Radcliffe Institute of Advanced Study, the Harvard Center for the Study of World Religions, and the Lower Adirondack Regional Arts Council. I hope I've got that one right. When not writing or dancing, Kimera is helping her children take care of their ox, 3 cows, 4 cats, 13 hens, not more, not less, 13 hens, and a large vegetable garden. I love this family. I think they sound already, I'm really looking forward to speaking to Kimera just now. Now, in addition to sharing details of her own journey, Kimera will be discussing topics including what is a family? What does it mean to become a family? And what role does creativity play in the work of becoming a family? And before I speak about anything more, why don't we just ask our dear and request and invite dear Kimera to join us. A global namaste to you.
Dr. Hani, welcome. Very good. And just before we go to Kimera and Sharon, who will be joining us, we have one of our team members here from the dynamic couple, Ravi and Sushma. And can we welcome Ravi because he has got an announcement as well. Ravi, please go ahead and mute. Over to you.
Namaste, global namaste to everyone. Our family that have started this particular series, the Healing Our Earth team, and nearby being Big Brother. And I'm really fascinated about this topic that we're going to be hearing today because it's all about family. And so we have our other group that we normally celebrate a Sunday afternoon with, which is celebrating our community. And a lot of them are going to be joining us, if they haven't already, on YouTube, on Facebook, as well as directly. And it's all about family, isn't it? Because if you think about it, family doesn't necessarily mean just by blood, right? Because sometimes you can have family who are not by blood, but who are closer to you. And so it's a fascinating topic. And it's so good to see that Healing Our Earth team, which is a one big family, is becoming bigger and bigger in so many different countries with so many people getting involved that it's absolutely amazing. This is a session I'm really looking forward to. Thank you, honey. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, dear Ravi. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. That's really beautiful, and good luck with that. And thank you for sharing that really important announcement with us. Thank you. Our love to the rest of the family, which is a big family now with our Healing Our Earth. So that was Ravi Banot there, who is, of course, one of our hosts on our Healing Our Earth and has been really supporting all the work that we carry out. I would also, before I go to Kimera, I'll also introduce you to my co-host for the time being. I would like to invite dear Sharon Rose, who's a bit of a familiar face, and I'll tell you a little bit more about her a little later. So a big global namaste to you too, Sharon. And Sharon and Kimera, are you both here?
Yes. Global
Yes.
namaste.
A global namaste to you. Kimera, how is it there in the USA right now?
It is a beautiful sunny morning here today.
Wow. Is it as bright as you? you come across
Bright
also
sunlight
beautifully
here.
bright.
It's coming in.
That's gorgeous. That's wonderful. And dear Sharon, you're also there in the USA, in Colorado, looking gorgeous and glamorous as always. How are you doing today?
Well, thank you so much, my beloved honey, and global namaste to all of you and my dear Kimmer. I'm doing great. I live, some of you might know because I've been on before with Healing Our Earth. I live in Crestone, Colorado, way up in the mountains, 14,000 feet mountains I'm looking at. And this weekend we are having a festival, the Dark Skies Festival, because here the stars are unbelievable and the quiet is unbelievable. And we had the Hopi Native Americans come yesterday and perform blessings and their eagle dance with these little like 4-year-olds with the eagle feathers. Oh, so beautiful. And I've taken footage so that I can bring it to you for you all to see. It was so sweet.
Oh, thank you, Sharon, because you sent a video over to me, and that was so beautiful. All the drums and all the music with the big majestic mountains behind. That was looking absolutely stunning. You know, that was great. And thank you for sharing that with us as well, Sharon. Now today we've got Kimera Lamothe, who's here. She's a family specialist, I should say, with all the wonderful musicals she does. She's been working in Harvard, and not just that, she's going to be giving us some tips and sharing some tips on how to bring up really great families. So let's find out a little bit from Kimera. And Sharon, I'd love you to be my co-host. Perhaps you may want to ask a few questions to Kimera as well. So
well, we first met in about 1986, actually. So we've known, I saw this bright light. She just exudes, you'll see, grace and intelligence and love and all of the qualities that we here at Healing Our Earth are just wanting to bring out to the world. She embodies all of that.
And all those qualities I see in you too, dear Sharon. So like attracts like by the looks of it, right? So which is beautiful. So what are we going to be talking about today, Kimera? Let's start off with me asking dear Kimera, what are you going to be sharing with us today? And then perhaps I can let Sharon carry on and ask whatever questions she would like to ask.
I would love to talk about family and what is a family. I think, especially here in the US, but also around the world, there are lots of ideals of what a family is that sort of float around, and they can become hurtful for people who feel like their family doesn't match that particular ideal, that their family is struggling in a way that isn't perfect, isn't like what a family is supposed to be. And I just want to take away all of that baggage and say, nobody's family is perfect. Nobody's family is ideal.
everybody's family struggles, and that struggle is actually where the learning and the beauty happens. So I feel like I'd like to start by just sort of zooming back and thinking about why do humans have families? If we look around the world, we'll see that the family structures in different cultures are very different. They don't always have the same people who are involved in that family. And if we sort of look back in human history, I like to refer to the work of the anthropologist, Sarah Hrdy. And she talked about the human infant. Let's begin with an infant. Human infants are born absolutely dependent. They can't eat by themselves. They can't hold their heads up. They can't walk. They can't talk. They are completely dependent upon a caregiver. So way before any individual is a self or becomes an I or is able to assert his or herself, that infant needs to connect. And so this is something that's sort of at the heart of the way I think about families, is that we're not individuals, we're these impulses to connect. As from the very moment we emerge, we have to create relationships with the people around us, with the world around us in order to survive. And the people that we become are a function of those relationships. So Sarah Hrdy has great, descriptions of the fact that infants actually have a lot of agency. They actually work hard to get their caregivers to care for them. How do they do that? Well, through movement, right? That's the skill that they have. And what's one of the first things that infants learn to do? They learn to smile, right? A smile is a movement pattern. It's an essential part of a dance. And once that infant smiles, without even knowing what that is, it starts this interplay with the caregiver, that the caregiver wants to see the infant smile. This infant wants to see the caregiver smile. And you start to create this relationship through movement of helping each other, of keying your pleasure to their pleasure. So the caregiver feels happy if the infant is happy, and the infant feels happy if the caregiver is happy. And this, so I think, so one of the things about families is that they're rooted in this very basic, very primal impulse to connect. It's what Sarah Hrdy calls the first social relationship. And it's in that relationship with our caregivers that we start to learn about what it means to be taken care of. We learn about what it means to feel nourished, what it means to feel nurtured, what it means to feel protected. Now, of course, as that infant grows, that infant is going to start becoming more and more independent and want things that that caregiver can't or won't or doesn't have at the moment to give. And so what happens is that the infant feels what I call the sting of impossible desire. You want something and you can't have it, right? And how an infant learns to deal with that sting becomes important for how all of the other relationships that that individual has going forward, how they manifest. So a family is rooted in this very basic human need to create relationships in order to survive. And those relationships, then I would, I'll say this second thing I want to say about the family is that those relationships are of different kinds. It's kind of like what Ravi was just saying, that the relationships are not only relationships of blood. I mean, we're born into a family, but then as we grow, we also create our families. We choose our families, our partners, our friends, our, the siblings. And there's a third kind of relationship, and that is the relationship of those who come through us, or who we decide, or who come into our lives as those for whom we take care of. So I talk about it in terms of our sort of parents, sort of thought, our partners, so the mates that we choose, and our progeny, the children that we either have conceived biologically, or that we adopt, or that are given to us, or that come through us in some way that we end up taking care of. Now, all of these relationships with parents, progeny, and partners have different challenges. They all require different things of us. And so there's this complicated entanglement of these impulses to connect, trying to connect in all these different ways, which creates a very dynamic and always evolving matrix. So when we think about families, I want to think about it in these terms. I want to think about relationships that, if they succeed, change us. They change us, they grow us up, which is never ends. It's a lifelong process, right? We're never finished growing up. And it's a process that is happening multi-generationally as we, as individuals, learn to deal with that sting of impossible desire, that sort of becoming pressed up in any aspect of our life with that fear that we're not going to get what we need, that we're not going to get what that we want. And how we learn to unravel that, I think, is the opportunity that families offer. Wow. So that was kind of like a big picture, sort of abstract. I'll pause for a minute if you want to say something.
Yeah, no, that's really brilliant. Of course, please do continue speaking. I have some questions which I'll probably ask at the end, and I know that Sharon will be joining in a short while too. But do share. I mean, this is wonderful. You also talked about this the sting of impossible desire, which is something that everybody has to go through. That's a very powerful concept, actually. It's something that everybody goes through, where they feel they're not going to get this. And sometimes they restrict their future actions because they feel they're not going to get something, so they won't go ahead to venture out, perhaps.
Yes, exactly. And it manifests insofar as you feel it in relationship to those who are supposed to be taking care of you. You're going to feel hurt. And what do you do with that hurt? Sometimes you blame yourself. Oh, I want too much. It's my fault. Sometimes you blame the other. Oh, it's their fault. Sometimes you blame your very desire. Oh, my desire is bad. And all of these ways, you shut yourself down. You shut down the feeling. You shut down the impulse to connect. And so part of what, so the strategy of sort of being, it is as a child, how not to shut down and stay open in one's vulnerability, and partners and children can help in that process. Let me step back though for a minute and just say that I learned that the ways that I'm talking about this didn't sort of just come out of the blue. I mean, I'm talking about them kind of in an abstract way, but they really came to fruition in my own life with my own family as we took on a challenge that we imagined possible. And it was, my partner Jeffrey and I, when we got together in the early 90s, as a result of a show that Sharon had created and directed. Jeffrey was playing the keyboards and I was dancing alongside Sharon and some others.
Sharon, it's thanks to you that we have this beautiful family. Sharon, this is the production, because I know that Sharon has been doing many productions as well, of course. She's a multi-talented lady in her own right. And one of her skills and talents is staging shows and producing shows. So that's wonderful, Kimera. I know we'll be getting a chance to see your presentation a little later as well about this, but please, yes, carry on. So that's how you met Jeffrey, through this show.
Yes, and so we got together at dress rehearsal. But very early on, we had this dream, and this dream was that we were going to move out to the country and live in a place where we could do our art in close proximity to the natural world. I am a dancer. I love to dance. It's at the core of who I am. And the places where I feel most inspired to dance, most moved to dance, are times where I'm in the natural world, where I'm walking through a forest or a field or on top of a mountain or at the beach, or it's the movement of the natural world that it invites me and inspires me to move. So I knew I needed to move out of the city. I needed to be in a place where I could be moved by the natural world and not ignore it. It's so easy to ignore the seasons and the rhythms of the cycles of the natural world. So we had this dream and we were trying to work towards it, but we hadn't really gotten as far as we needed to get. I mean, we were still kind of stuck in the city. And at that point, we had 3 children, and they were 9, 7, and 3. And my 7-year-old really loved animals. And so we kept telling her, when we move to the farm, you're going to be able to have animals. And so she decided she was going to make it happen. So she decided to Google for real estate. And she found this farm. Now, there were some other things happening in our lives that were making us ready. And so, but she called me to the computer and she said, Mom, look at this farm. And I said, oh my goodness, we actually could do that. Like, we could really buy a farm. 16 years ago, yesterday, we bought the farm. So here we had this situation where—
Congratulations. 16 years ago, you made this decision and you're still enjoying this lovely natural environment of yours.
Yeah. So here we had this logic, which was already surprising me, that Jeffrey and I had our dream, but we were stuck. And my daughter had her dream. And in order for her to realize her dream, we had to realize ours. So she was pushing us to do what we needed to do for her sake. And it was this beautiful synergy. We ended up moving to the farm. And of course, Jeffrey and I had enough love to be able to imagine the possibility of living together as our family in the natural world. But the reality was very difficult. And so all of a sudden, the love that could imagine this possibility had to grow. And it's at that time, during our first 3 or 4 years here, that love had to grow, that I did the work I needed to do in relationship to my own parents, who, as much as they loved me, I didn't get it. I didn't feel it. I had that sting of impossible desire, and it made me turn against myself in all different kinds of ways. And that came out in relationship to Jeffrey. So I would clutch, I would fear, right? And it came out into relationship with my children, because face it, if you are in a place where you're not really happy with yourself, or as Ira was saying, you don't have that radical self-love inside, all of a sudden it's very difficult to be patient with the whining child, right? So that the work, so being on the farm here created this crucible where all of my primary relationships were like in flames. And yet I had this gorgeous natural world. So I walked, I danced, I got outside, and I allowed the nature to kind of open me up, to help me feel my feelings, and to help me find the movement in those feelings, which would give me new moves. So I actually wrote a book really about
that's a very important point you just mentioned as well, that you went and you started living this place, which was very conducive to your growth as well, to what you needed. So as families, other families watching this or listening to this, if there were important decisions like that, maybe a family doesn't feel very comfortable in a city, that if they did move to let's say the countryside, you may find that they will become happier, their relationships will become better, they'll be more harmonious with themselves as well. There'll be many, many changes that take place by them making that decision like you did, right?
Yes.
In all
so I think one of the things
yes.
that, yes, insofar as we think that sort of that there's at the core of at the core of our family is two people who've chosen to be together and to make their life together. One of the things that's really important, I feel, for that relationship to stay healthy, that relationship has to grow, right? You have to move from this place of absolute infatuation and joy to a place of a really deep, committed, passionate relationship. And that change, that takes a lot of time and attention and discussion and trust and openness to one another. And I feel like the act of creating something together creates the opportunity for that to happen. Now, there are all kinds of things that people can create together. You can create a home together. You can create a way of living together, a schedule together, a family together. But sort of the more bold you can be, the truer to your own deepest desires you can be in creating and bringing something, the more it will actually challenge you to become the person who can live that dream. And that, for Jeffrey and me, that meant really getting to the place where our love, our impulse to connect with one another was more real, and it had to be stronger than any kind of fear or any kind of desire to protect ourselves from one another.
Yeah, that is very
And so we had
powerful
to do
again.
that work.
Yeah, because having a beautiful family always starts up with the right foundation. So if the relationship isn't right between the two, like the parents, then it's going to be difficult to build up very strong relationships for the children too, you know, to have a safe environment to grow up in, a nice stable environment for them to grow up in. So it is very important for parents and families watching out here is to remember that as relationships between the husband and wife or the partners, to build that and make it as strong as possible will help to create many more things in your life that will help you move towards your vision and your plans and your desires, and also help to manifest that.
Yes.
I would like to,
And
I would like to ask you, Kimmer, there's been a lot of research into the impact of early childhood trauma, not only on the physical, but all the layers of the energy field. So from your perspective, how does that impact the child and family, and as they walk through life, how do they begin to really look at this and heal this?
Yes, that's a great question. So I do believe that childhood trauma is something that will remain. It's not something that just gets sort of, you don't just grow out of it. You actually need to work it, because as I was mentioning, children learn through movement. And insofar as they've been blocked or hurt, their sensations have been compromised in ways that are painful to them, they will learn to make movements which avoid pain. We don't want to feel pain as humans. We learn to avoid it. We learn patterns of sensing and responding that make us avoid pain. And so if we feel that every time we reach out to try to connect with somebody, we're met with hatred or violence, then we will learn not to reach out to connect to other people. And we will learn to be afraid. We will learn not to trust. And these patterns of movement will become us. They're in our bodies. We create patterns of silence in relationship to particular kinds of sensation. And so the process of working out of them is not just sort of remembering what happens or honoring what happens, but it's actually allowing oneself to feel that pain and to feel the pain as an impulse to move differently. I really believe that our bodily selves have wisdom, that they know how to move in ways that heal themselves. You know, if you get a cut, you know, your body doesn't say, oh, am I going to heal this or not? Did you get that cut for a good way or a bad way? No, our body just goes right to heal it, right? It's there. The healing is happening. And I feel like that's true for us at all levels, all the time. Healing is always happening. Ourselves want to heal. So how do we do that? Well, in order to heal, we need to get our own attention. And the way we get attention, our minds are so easily fluttering around. The way we get our mind's attention is through pain. So pain is a way of communicating to ourselves that there's a potential here for pleasure that has yet to unfold. The pain is telling us that there's something here that we can learn that's going to make us feel better. The pain is guiding us to move in a different way that's going to align with the sources of healing in our lives, that's going to help us make connections, relationships that will be life enabling rather than shutting us down. And I feel like, you know, I feel like there are people who can be so traumatized that they become so sort of self-absorbed that they can't connect anymore, that but I think for most people, there's still that impulse to connect that can start to grow. And then once it succeeds in making certain kinds of connections, those connections, but this is the challenge. You'll start to make a connection with someone whom you feel love for, like you feel incredible love for this person and you want them in your life. And then what happens? All of a sudden you start being afraid that you're going to do the wrong thing, or that the person isn't going to love you anymore, that the person is just going to go away, or the person, right? So as soon as you start loving, that fear comes back in. And so you have to think about every time that fear comes back in as another opportunity to go deeper, allow that love to grow further, to grow into those spaces that were shut down. You have to allow the love to grow into the places that hurt, the places that are afraid, and become more open to your own feelings so that you reopen those possibilities to connect. I have so I wrote about it, that all this in this book, Family. It's my fourth book. It's called Family Planting, and it's actually published by a press in the United Kingdom with John Hunt Publishing, called Changemakers. And in there, I talk about love, and I work this definition as love is an openness to another as a cause of our being. And what that means to me is that when you feel love for someone, you trust that at some level that person is there to help you become who you can be. And so you trust that whatever arises in that relationship with that person is something that's going to help you become who you need to be. So even if it's fear and it's anger and it's bitterness, it's irritation, it's something that doesn't feel good, that is actually an expression of your desire to connect more deeply than you're already connecting. And this is kind of the shift in attitude that we made and that we had to make when we moved to the farm.
I mean, that's just really amazing. Thank you, Sharon. That was a really good question. And thank you as well, Kim Herrera, for sharing that, because that's very powerful information of what you just shared, which is really great. And how did you go about, you did a musical with the whole family, creativity as well, of having fun and, working together. I mean, can you tell us a little bit about this? Because isn't it amazing when families can come together to work on projects, to work on, creative initiatives? It can help to bond you in a different way. It helps you to bring out the best in you as well.
Yes.
As a group. So what can you tell us a little bit about that journey?
Yes, because it was, as I mentioned, we moved to the farm to do our art, and Jeffrey and I had started to collaborate in doing our art. And one of the things I have to say actually right here is that in our life and in our relationship, we really do what we call staying in touch with our freedom. We try to stay in touch with our freedom in the sense that we don't take for granted the way it has to be. So there's so many discussions about family, like, well, you either have to choose to have children, or you have a career, or you have a healthy relationship, or you have a career, or it's either you. There's always sort of a zero-sum game, and somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose, and you have to have sacrifices. I don't like the idea of sacrifices. I like the idea of creating solutions which work for everybody. And so that's that's in some ways what having children, why we kept doing it, is because we found that it was helping us become the artists we need to be. Like, the children teach us. And so once they got old enough, we started to involve them in our artistic process. We needed to create together, not just Jeffrey and me, but as a family. And so that creation, then they started to get really excited and involved in it. So we started this tradition of doing family shows, and we would do one a year where we put together a kind of review where we would do Broadway ballads and some original of Jeff's musical, and I would dance, and we would have the kids, play whatever instrument they were learning to play. And we got to a point where the kids were like, okay, well, we need to do our own musical. And I had just finished sort of a certain arc of my own intellectual work, and I had some like a little bit of open time, and I was like, okay, well, maybe I should write a musical for our family. And then I thought, well, what do I know about? And then I thought, well, I know about our family, so why don't I write a musical about our family moving to the farm? Because as I've suggested to you, like, the move to the farm has been so instructive for all of us. We had to grow so much, and I wanted to be able to communicate this beautiful synergy of parents helping the children reach their desires in ways that help the parents fulfill their dreams. And what better way to do that than creating this musical? So the musical is called Happy If.
Happy If. Happy If, did you say? Wow.
Yes.
So it's happy if you were this, happy if you were that, right? Like that, happy if.
Yes. Yes, and it comes from a conversation that Jeffrey had. Jeffrey and I had this conversation even before we had children, very early in our relationship, where we were talking about our dreams and the future in 10 years and 15 years. And I just looked at him and I said, wait a minute, I don't want to be happy if or happy when. I want to be happy now.
Wow.
Right? And so that became this like little seed that we would talk about. Like, you can never be, your potential for happiness is at its peak right now. Right now. Be happy now. How do you find the happiness now? And I don't want to live my life saying, I'll be happy if this happens. I'll be happy when this happens. No, I want to be happy now. And so the musical is about us as a family learning to be happy now.
Wow, this is really good. I just had a message from Lata, one of the ladies here. There's quite a few messages coming actually. And they said it's such a wonderful thing that you find solutions together and making sure that everybody's happy together. So you're finding ways to keep everybody happy with the solutions that you find. And I know that Sharon, you also had some work some presentation between both what you and Kimura had worked on, and this was a production that you had both worked on in the past. Is that right? So there's an artistic side. There's an artistic side to Kimura, right? Her on her own as an individual.
Oh yes, but it's really India that first connected us. I was holding an audition for this piece called Lotus Mind, right? And she was walking up the stairs, and I'd been to India on all these fellowships and lived with Sitara, and she comes up, she goes, "Oh, I'm interested in getting a Fulbright, what do I tell me about it? And I'm interested in India." I said, "Well, what are you doing right now?" And I said, "I'm having an audition, come upstairs." And the next thing I knew, there was my beloved Kimmer. And so I'm going to show you a bit of that. This is about a minute video I just threw together last night of her. She played, it was about the transformation of anger, fear, and lust into their opposites, right? Their enlightened qualities. And she played anger, so you'll see and then then we did the musical that she spoke about called Planet 3, and this was in 92. And this really was about the Earth and what was happening on the Earth. And Jeff, and she met, and the rest is history. And,
yes. Wow.
And so you'll see in this
triggers.
Yeah,
Sharon,
you'll see in the very beginning. You'll see her playing anger, and then it'll shift to the Planet 3, and she plays the deer. So in this musical, the animals taught. The people were quarreling, these things we're talking about. And then the animals come and they teach the humans how to be with the earth. Now, you'll see there's a little piece where, and so in this also, it's a mix of even a little Kathak and some West African dance.
Wow, but please do share the lovely presentation. That would be lovely.
Okay.
So let's see Kimra in her artistic form. She looks glamorous sitting there. She's an author, as we always said. Lovely messages coming through with the wonderful things you've just shared with us, which is really great. And I loved one thing that Kimra said just now, which was like, she doesn't like sacrifices. What she does like is she likes solutions, finding solutions. And in the Indian tradition, Asian tradition, there's always a lot of things. Oh, here comes the presentation. Let's have a look at this before we carry on.
I just like to do a little bit of dance entertaining always, and memories.
Needs to be louder, Sharon.
Oh my goodness.
Louder.
Goodness. Oh my goodness, like the planet's really beautiful, believe it. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Kim Herrera, congratulations. Wow, what lovely memories to go back for so many years and watch. What did that feel like for you, Kim Herrera? How would it feel like remembering these beautiful memories?
It just wonderful. I'm so grateful. And it's also interesting because the circle is coming around again, because my oldest son, who's 25, has just received a Fulbright to study in India. And so he's going to be going to Rajasthan next year to study this form of kaftgari, which is a way of decorating sword hilts, because he's a knife maker. He came here to the farm, and as a result of being on the farm, he became a blacksmith and then a bladesmith, and now he's making these gorgeous knives, including Indian talwar, and has decided to go to India. So we have this this beautiful spiral here.
Wow. And you know, in them going to Rajasthan, they have the most beautiful talwars, you said, the swords, the way they used to. I mean, I remember going to Rajasthan, just picking up one of these swords. I couldn't even pick it up. I mean, I don't know how these people used to fight with these swords, but the way the jewels and the way they're decorated, each sword is decorated in such a beautiful manner. It's amazing, it really is. So that's a very beautiful artistic work that he's going out there to do, which is great. And Kim Herrera, you know, and Sharon, we're coming to the end of our wonderful interview. I wish I can find out more about this beautiful Kim Herrera out here. And Sharon as well, thank you for, you know, putting this presentation together and taking us on down memory lane, which I think is the most beautiful thing to go through. Is there any final messages, Kim Herrera, that you would like to share with our audiences who are watching here, our whole Healing Our Earth family that's watching from around the world in over 30 countries that are watching right now, on how to create happier families and how to perhaps, you know, move in that direction, or just any quotes or tips that you would like to share before we finish?
Oh, well, first of all, just thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure. And I would just want to encourage anybody, wherever they are, to honor that need in themselves to create relationships that are life enabling for them, and to honor the truth of that, to follow its wisdom, because that will guide you. And if something doesn't feel right, you need to trust that it doesn't feel right, and trust that that has within it the seed that is going to take you to a better place. And I feel like if we start to trust each other like that, if we start to stay open to our own need to connect with others, then that is also going to change our relationship to the natural world, because we will be open to being moved by the natural world in ways that will allow us to take care of the natural world in a better way. So there's this synergy that can happen when we move, we take care of ourselves and the primary people in our life and the natural world. That will all evolve together. And I feel like creativity and art is at the center of that. So even if you don't feel like you're creative, even if you feel like you're not an artist, you are creative. You have to be creative in order to be alive. You have to be able to make a move in the moment that you haven't made before. That's being creative. So allow yourself to feel that impulse to connect, and to allow that creativity to guide you in making movements and creating relationships which will align with your best becoming, with enabling you to give what you have to give. That's what I would encourage.
Wow, Kim Herrera, such wise words as well, such wise words. And I love the way you bring together the creativity, the artistic side, the environment, the families, everything that means very high to me, actually, as a person, as a human being, and as an individual. Is all the areas that I absolutely love. And for you to be able to combine all of this together in your life, makes it, it helps us to understand that it is possible, to bring everything together in your life. You don't have to miss out on things in life. You can put it all together. You can design things in a certain way. So with that, I just wanted to say Kimmerer and Sharon, of course. Sharon will be back again. She's my little co-host, and she's going to be again hosting later on. So I will give you a proper introduction to this gorgeous Sharon Rose very shortly, and very soon. We are going to go to our next guest very shortly. Her name is Shilpa Karia, who will be talking to you about how to give your brain a workout, which I am really looking forward to hearing more about. And Kimmerer, for this, if anybody wanted to find out more information about you, where can they go? Is there a website, or where can they find out more about the book that you have just authored?
Yes, the best place would be to go to my website. So it's just my name, kimmererlamote.com. And you can also search for all of my books. They're all available on Amazon and from the publishers themselves. And if you want to find out more about the musical, it's on my website, kimmererlamote.com, but you can also go to happywhen.com. And we actually recorded a cast album, which is on Spotify and all music streaming services. So you can listen to if you would like.
Oh, that sounds amazing. I'm going to definitely go watch that little musical, the family musical. That's something I'm really keen to watch. How can a whole family come together and, create this beautiful production? I'm really looking forward to that. Kimmerer, thank you very much for joining us here. And love to you in the USA. Thank you also to Sharon, for bringing you along as a special guest. And I would like to say a big global namaste. Do come and join us in the future and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, honey. Global namaste to you and to everyone at Healing Our Earth.
Thank you. Sharon will be seeing you very shortly, my dear. We're moving on to Shilpa right now. So let's see if we can introduce our dear Shilpa. Shilpa is actually a very, very talented lady. So I'm going to be telling you a little background about her before we ask her to speak. Shilpa Karia is a registered clinical psychologist and a certified cognitive skills trainer with 25 years of experience. Her area of expertise lies in the field of counseling and psychology with educational assessments for children and adults. She's a consultant for various organizations, schools, and has featured on prominent news channels, which is great. Through BeFit, Shilpa and her team of specialists enhance learning ability of individuals of all ages with customized brain training programs and emotional counseling, especially at the Brain Training Center in India. So BeFit now offers both online and offline programs from the age of 4 years to 90 years, which is great. So there's something for everyone, to help to realize Shilpa's vision of revolutionizing the idea of brain fitness for all ages. So I would like to find out from our dear, how are you, first of all? A big global namaste to you, dear Shilpa.
Global namaste to you too. Thank you so much.
You are doing very commendable work, aren't you? This is a brilliant, because the mind is so important. It's so important. It actually shapes your whole future, your whole life, your whole experience of life. So by helping people develop their brains, I mean, that's one of the most powerful things you can do. Shilpaji, please tell us a little bit about what will you be speaking about today, and what are you going to be sharing with our wonderful audiences?
Yes, global namaste. It's absolutely an honor to be invited by the Healing Our Earth team on this free global online session, wellness and healthy lifestyles for families. Thank you, Dr. Hani Karla, for your kind introduction. Today's topic is about a brain workout, a workout for your brain. So just the way we exercise our body, today we will exercise our brain. So physical exercises like gym, yoga, aerobics keep us physically fit. So in the same way, it's important to keep our brain fit. So how are we going to do that? I want you to all stay alert. Pay attention to this test. Now, what I'm going to ask you all to do is try to count the footballs as they fly across. So here comes the picture where I'm going to show you a screen where you're going to see how the football is going to be moving, and you'll have to count them. So in this, in all
dear
the
Shupaji,
things that
Shupaji, we can't see the changes.
yeah,
of
sure.
your presentation.
You'll just see it in a second now. Yeah. Yeah, can you see it now?
Absolutely. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So what I do is I want you all to pay attention, and at the count of for 10 seconds, you will be able to count footballs moving across the screen. Are you ready to go? Here we go. You have 10 seconds. Did you count all the 27 footballs? It's not easy. But the thing is, you did not have to count any of them to get the right answer. Do you want to see the right answer? Was hidden right in the board behind. Did we trick you? This is because your brain can concentrate only on one thing at a time. What do you think is concentration? Your visual and mental focus working together. So now, just to tell you, Karla ji, we are going to have a very interactive session with some brain games. So are all of you all ready for it? Okay, so let's see. Let me show you one more image. Yes, don't adjust your screen. The colors that you are seeing on the screen are correct. Can you see a black dot in the center of the image? For the next few seconds, stare directly at the dot and don't look away. We promise you're going to see something amazing happening. I hope your focus is on the black dot. Are you staring at the black dot? Continue to stare. The image is about to change, but keep your eyes firmly on the dot, even after we change the image. Ready? Did you see the image in color? And if you move your eyes away from the dot, do you see a black and white image? You're not playing any tricks here. This image is black and white. All the colors you saw were added by your brain. Want to know what's going on? Stay with me. Color is such an important part of our life. We associate certain colors with certain objects, don't we? When I showed you the above black and white picture, did you see the color for a few surprising seconds? How is your brain painting this picture in color if it's black and white? It's something fascinating that our brain does. What we do is we have millions of photoreceptors in our eyes that help us see color. So when we stare at the same color for a longer period of time, the photoreceptors in our eyes get tired, and then when the image flicks back to black and white, the tired cells can't pull the weight, and the cells then bring the complementary colors become alive. Did you know that orange and blue are complementary colors? The result is that we experience a vivid sense of color when it's not there. So in this session now, I'll highlight the fact that the human brain is considered to be highly dynamic and constantly reorganizing system of being shaped, reshaped across our entire lifespan. Did you know that? We always thought that, whatever IQ was there remained. But for this, let's put your brain to a test again. I'm going to show you a sequence of boxes with patterns. Let's see if you're able to find the pattern that connects it to the top row. Choose the correct option from the bottom. Now, what you have here is you have 10 seconds to figure this. So now starts your timer. Were you able to choose the correct option that would continue the pattern? Then it's great. So here, what actually it is that if you highlight some areas of the boxes, you will realize that there are sequence of alphabets. So can you see the first one? Are you able to make out which letter is it? The first one? Let's see. The first one shows the letter I. The second one is J, K, L, and the next in sequence will be the letter M. Yes? Now I'm sure since you know the pattern involved, can we try one more? Can you fill in the pattern now? You've got 5 seconds. Your timer starts now. Did you find it? Here it is. It's box number 3. And you know what the letters are? F, G, H, I, and J. So now what I'm going to do is, since you've got the hang of the patterns, now reading these phrases will become easier. So now let's try reading some phrases. Let me show you the first one. Did you all get this one? It says, go for it. Did you get it? Let's try one more. Let me give you one more. Can you try reading this one? It says, one good turn. Right? I'm sure now since you'll have got the pattern, you'll will want to read one more in this. So let's give you one more. See if you can get this one right. It says, enjoy life. Right? All the letters will be easily readable now. Your brain is getting trained here. You're becoming even more smarter. So let's try this one. This one says, keep it simple. Right? Easier, right? I want to give you a last one for this because let's see if the brain really is sharpened with this one. Here it comes. Did you get this one too? Easier now. Seize the day. Now, since you've learned the way it works, it will be easier for you to look for such patterns in future. Brain fitness refers to various techniques and strategies to keep our brain fit by improving our memory, focus, reasoning abilities for our daily functionality. Brain fitness is for all ages, as young as 3 years to about 80 years, which includes those who would like to keep themselves mentally, socially, and athletically fit. Do you all agree that we all need fitness for all these? Our brain benefits the most when we do varied mental exercises and keep trying new skills and firing new neurons to build new connections as possible. Let's try something that you can try doing while you're just watching this at home. To help your brain create a new neuronal connection and helps in coordinating your hand and body. Now let's try doing this. So what are you supposed to do? Can I ask you all to all raise your hand? Yeah? And what you need to really do here is, we are going to try it with your fingers, right? First, let's try doing this with your fingers. Put your hands in the air. On your left hand, you point your index finger. And your right hand, you put up your thumb. Now, slowly, what I want you all to do is interchange your fingers. Yeah? Slowly, you need to do this. In the beginning, it might be a little tough. And later, I'm sure you all are going to be able to do it faster. Can you keep trying this? So see that your thumb and your index finger are not together out at the same time. So one has to be the index finger and the other has to be the thumb. So here is your thumb and your index finger. Then your index finger and your thumb. So now try doing this faster. So do you think if you tried this for 5 minutes in a day, you'll soon be good at it? This kind of an activity activates your brain to create efficient neural pathways that help you build new neuronal connections. So what are the neuronal connections? They are the ones that help you pass the messages, anything that you think, read, do. So all these are passed through our neuronal pathways. So it's very important for your mind and body coordination for healthy spatial and balancing skills. Another important factor that the most of us talk about. Have you ever thought that multitasking is good for us and we can do things faster when we multitask? I'm sure all of us do multitask at some point of the time or the other. The most common example of multitasking is that of talking on the phone, texting, while driving, or when our attention is divided between two tasks, right? Now again, I'm going to come up with a good game to see if you really need or if you are good at doing two things at the same time. Can you try doing this? So in this game, I'm going to play a video in which you will virtually be driving through Times Square in New York City. Your goal is to count the number of times you see the McDonald's logo or the name of McDonald's in the video, and simultaneously, I will be talking to you about burgers. And you will be required to count the number of times I say the word burger. Remember, you're supposed to do both. What are you supposed to do? You're supposed to count the number of times the McDonald's logo or the McDonald's written on the screen, as well as count the number of times you hear the word burger. So are you ready? Let's start. And I'm going to start. Did you know the record for the maximum number of burgers eaten are 5? So what does it take to make a good burger? Why did brands like McDonald's become so popular? It's the patty, the burger bun, the crunchy lettuce, the cheese, and of course the sauce. It's a burger if you can't make the perfect burger right. Hamburger, cheeseburger, aloo tikki burger, paneer burger, the Big Mac fish burger are some of the kinds of burgers you can eat. But who are the giants that make these mouth-watering burgers? McDonald's, of course. Burger King, KFC, Shake Shack, Five Guys burgers, and more. So what's your favorite burger? We won't be surprised if after this you're craving for a good burger. Oh, and did you know International Burger Day is on 28th May this year? So how did it go? How do you think you could possibly do this activity? Was it easy? Were you able to visualize and count at the same time? Was your answer right? Did you get it right? I'm sure some of them found something right and something wrong. And was it easy to get both of them? Then you're definitely a big multitasker. Don't we juggle between doing activities like respond to emails, text messages, browse on multiple tabs, scroll through social media feeds while working on important tasks? If you're doing several different things at once, then you may be what researchers refer to as a heavy multitasker. And you probably think you're fairly good at balancing this act. So, but our brains would say otherwise. As per research studies, when you do 2 or more things at the time, you're actually moving from one task to the other fast. And you're probably not as effective as you think you are. And the kind of rapid continual shift we do while multitasking causes the brain to burn fuel so quickly that we feel exhausted and disoriented after even a short time. Another important fact about multitasking is it produces a hormone that creates stress. Did you also know that the productivity goes down by 40%? Is that surprising? Because we always feel that by multitasking, we achieve more, don't we? It's well, the stress can be detrimental to overall health. But can stress actually change the physiology of the brain? Not all stress is bad. And not that everyone reacts to stress in the same way. How harmful it ultimately depends on intensity, duration, and the treatment. Stress takes a variety of forms. Sometimes, you know why you get a stress also? Is because you might have an argument with your loved one. Or sometimes, due to the recent times, have we not seen stress because of these long ailments, because of the COVID that is on? There is a lot of stress sometimes because of some demanding job as well. So there are different ways in which people get different kinds of stress. While all stress triggers physiological reactions, have you ever noticed that your breathing becomes faster, your heart starts to pump faster, and your senses become very sharp? So probably some of them take stress very calmly, and some of them may even freak out for the smallest of situations. Even in the most of heroic situations, people are able to take stress easily. Okay, so let's try a game to find out how do you take stress. So you want to try that? Let's see if you're able to try this. Okay, what you need to do is you need to pay attention. Okay, I'm sure you do. I'm going to give you a list of tasks. Yes, yes.
Shilpaji, we have about 5 minutes left.
Sure,
so
sure.
Perhaps if you wanted to make this as your last one, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure, sure. So here, you have to follow the instructions one at a time. So go fast. So count backwards from 10. Wave your hands in the air. Shout out your name out loud. Recite the alphabets. Move like a cow. Say the letter R 8 times. Spell the number 50 and say we love brain games. Yeah? So you're all able to do this. I'm sure all of you all were able to do this. But when it came to reciting the alphabets, what was the fourth task did I ask you all to do? It was reciting the alphabet, right? So here, what happens during stress sometimes is that your short-term memory shows a decrease. Now coming to the important part. Human brain consists of a number of neurons and a number of connections. So do you think our brain has more capacity than the computer? Right? So we can train our brain at any age. About 63 people of the people believe that they have poor memory. But don't we put this? So what actually the fact is that our brain has better and stronger memory. So what we did is here our brain is much stronger and better. So by doing this, dear friends, don't we think we've charged up your brain a little? Now let us tell ourselves the next time someone mentions fitness and health, we shall not only relate it to our body, but also to our mind. Our mental health is important too. All activities that we did today, especially memory, visualization, reasoning, done today are proven and improving and done by research. So overall brain fitness has a backing and research. So working on these three concepts, we try to learn something new every day. Shouldn't we try something new every day? And maintaining a balanced diet is something which I would recommend. Your brain will be ready for anything to make you sharper, smarter, and faster. Okay, thank you, G, for listening patiently and participating and helping me help you brain boost. Yes, Carla
Wow.
Ji. A special thank you to the Helping Our Earth team for giving me this opportunity and to be amongst, giving me this, to be amongst all of you all today. Namaste.
Thank you. That was wonderful, Sheilaji. And this is Brain Fitness for All, is that right? Brain Fitness for All.
Yes.
Absolutely. This is wonderful. So I just wanted to say, if you could perhaps maybe stop sharing the screen, that we can get you back up.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
That was really good. That was really good. I thought I'll just give you a little, just in case if you had a longer and had a couple more exercises to do. But that was a really lovely presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm sure that all of us, I was like trying to do this thumb one. I mean, how do we do this thumb? It's like, oh my gosh, I better get this sorted, right? It was absolutely amazing. And we also had quite a lot of questions coming up for you, dear Shilpa ji. There's quite a lot of people are sending in messages and some questions for you. And I had a question here for you, which says, can we improve a person's intelligence?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, that IQ is not set in stone. It's something that we can do, keep training ourselves on a regular basis. Actually, if you would have these taxi drivers in UK, they have been trained for their routes on a regular basis, so that they have to go through this test where they are aware of the entire routes of UK for them to become a taxi driver. And how does this happen? Is because they are training their neural pathways, making it easier for them to move and do things well. So IQ can be trained at any age, whether it's a small kid, and we always keep learning new things. As we keep learning new things, our IQ keeps improving. And the fact that neuroplasticity, the research that has come up recently, is helping us to train our brains at any age. So that's why we can say that IQ can be trained at any age.
That's brilliant. Yes, of course. And you talked about the neural pathways as well, you know, the plasticity, we say. So the more exercises people do, the more brain exercises they do, the more neural pathways start getting formed, we say. Yes. So it makes it easier for them to remember things for the future. And the less they use, the neural pathways start weakening as well. Yes, absolutely. That was very, very good exercises you shared with us there, Shilpa ji. We have another question that's coming up here. It says, does meditation, yoga, and games like Sudoku help to develop mental fitness?
Yes, definitely. They do help in improving mental fitness. But another important fact that I would like to bring about here is we need to keep doing challenging things every day. So, you know, even at home, if we are more right dominant, and if we use our left hand to do those things, that is also brain training. That is also doing something new. That is also, so anything that new that you learn, anything that you bring about, like even meditation opens up neural connections. So anything new that we do are physical exercises, but the more challenging part that you do and the more often that you do, our neuronal connections get better and better. And that's how our brain gets fitter. So that's very important.
So how does it, because, you know, when we're sitting down and we're meditating, for example, or we're doing yoga and things like that, how is that actually helping to enhance our intelligence? How is that actually helping us?
So when we do meditation, what are we doing? We are paying attention, right? We are doing our concentration. We are able to concentrate for a longer time. So when we are concentrating, the flow that happens in our brain to keep us in an attentive and a concentrated way. So that is also helping us train our brain. So for any kind of activity, we need to concentrate. So when we pay attention to anything, we are able to remember things better. Our memory becomes better. So that's how we say that meditation, yoga, building concentration, attention spans will help in brain training. That's how it helps us.
Yes, that's very good. That's very powerful, because the more we meditate, you're right, because you're focusing, and it's like a brain exercise, really, because you're literally focusing on one thing. People get really, really irritable. They want to sit, they want to move around. So you need to give them that focus and the mental.
It helps you focus. It keeps you attentive to particular task, and that's how it helps.
Right, very nice. That's a really good question. And then also, we have things like mnemonics and memory association, how to remember things. Because I know that sometimes we go into especially our families who are watching out there with children, if they want to help them improve examination, like grades, etc.
Yeah,
Are there
yeah.
any tips you could perhaps share with the parents of what they should help the children do every day or regularly? So they can help
Yeah, so
them
even
to
for
upgrade
memory,
their
as
grades.
I would say, for memory also, there are different ways in which you could train the child. So now, for example, if a child has to learn a chapter, and if the child would do it in a form of a story, would visualize the characters in that chapter, even if you're doing a history chapter and if you want to remember dates, you could do them through chunking. So there are different ways in which you could use memory skills, techniques, where this helps in improving their academic way of learning things. So make it interesting for the child, because anything that is difficult for the child doesn't want to do it. So when you make it interesting in the form of a story, in the form of a visual skill, and in form of doing chunking, making it smaller, making the larger thing a little smaller, it definitely helps them to learn faster, and it makes it interesting for them as well.
Right, that's really nice. It's like mind mapping on things like that, right?
Yeah,
So you can do little
absolutely.
mind mapping where you've got, instead of paragraphs, you've just got 2-3 little
Yeah, and even
pictures.
having characters that you could visualize, saying that this moves from here to here, and using even their own cartoon characters also definitely helps a lot.
Right, that's really good. Yes, I hope those parents are watching out there. There you go. How to help your children get higher grades. And you yourself, Shilpaji, you do coaching programs. You do programs
Yes,
online and
absolutely.
offline where you
That's true.
go, you help children, and you mentioned as well people of all ages.
All
So
ages.
what does this coaching program comprise of?
So, I had just showed you some of the games and some activities. So, like that, we have very structured and researched programs through which we are able to bring about this brain training for all ages. And in that, we include visual, auditory, reasoning skills, memory skills, focusing. So, every session of ours begins with an attention activity and moves on to a visual, to a logical. And so then there is a variety of children also for children to work upon. And it makes it interesting because it's in the form of games and activities that you do. So even
Wow,
in this,
that's great.
I used memory, I used visual skills, I did logic, but all in the form of games.
Right. So it's making it fun. It's making it
Fun.
interesting. It's inclusive, gets people involved in it as well. So,
Yeah.
just having fun is the best way to learn, I think, as well. And,
Yeah.
Shilpaji, you talked about this. Have you got any like case studies where people have come into your courses and what they've been through, how they started and how they left
Yeah,
after the course?
absolutely. We have seen great changes and improvement in IQ also. Usually they say that it's, that IQ cannot be raised. You're born with whatever IQ you have, but that's not the case. So here what happens is children who are not born with IQs which are low IQ and who have difficulties, differently abled children who come, they are also, we are able to bring about changes for them as well by doing these activities and by training them in a way that really helps the children. So
Right.
this, when you do it in a challenging way and you keep doing it and pushing them and making it more and more challenging as they move ahead, it definitely helps in building these skills.
Yes, I mean, I've seen, this, I think it's Shakuntala Devi, right? From India, who just
Yeah.
goes do and for 555 million times 253,000 divided by blah, 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 plus this much, minus this. And she just comes out with the answers just like that. How is that possible?
So what has happened is her brain, she has been continuously working at building those pathways, building those skills. And that's how her logic reasoning skills and her working memory. The basic thing for math usually is you build your working memory. which is very, very important for any executive function that we need to do. Any kind of thinking, any kind of learning needs to go through a lot of training. And when you do this on a regular basis, you can build it. Anybody for that matter can build this.
Yes, I think so too. Because I remember, when I was growing up, we were trying to remember memory association things. So if to remember somebody's phone number, if you had, I don't know, five. Yeah, you had like pictures like 590, and then you think of what does look like a snake, like a 5 snake or a 9 with a head, somebody's
associate
head.
it with any object that you can.
Yes, and then you can see the whole picture in your head, and you remember all the numbers that way, and you just be able to remember the telephone number. So it's a really powerful way that families and parents who are watching right now, not just for the children, but even for yourself. Sometimes you forget, oh, I forgot this and I forgot that. By keeping
especially
your brain
names,
active.
Especially people who are not able to recall names of people who they've just met with, and so it becomes like they feel that their memory is not good. So here what happens is you can associate it, that person's face, and then you can remember a certain characteristic of that person, and you can easily remember the name and recall it even later.
Right.
So there are certain techniques which we do teach them, and when they come to our center, and we tell them how to work on these techniques to help them remember better.
That's brilliant. We had so many questions coming up for you, dear Shilpa ji. We've got Miranda from South Africa. Is there any brain exercises for dyslexic people?
Yeah, we do work for children with learning disabilities as well. And cognitive skill learning along with remedial learning definitely is a big success for us. So we've seen a lot of children learning or having learning disabilities have improved because of this skill training.
Yes. And what kind of exercise can they do? I mean, is there any particular exercise they can do for the dyslexia just in case to help to start building?
Especially what happens with dyslexia is their language abilities are, they find language a big drawback. So to build language, we use a lot of techniques, and it's very, very helpful where, they can build analogies, through vocab building. So we have games for them to build vocabulary. We have games for them to make creative writing. So all these things are taught in a fun way.
Right. So there you go, dear Miranda from South Africa. If you're listening to here, so there are like creative ways of developing the language. And of course, I'm sure at the end we will be sharing the website. So if you want to find out more, I'm sure they can contact the organization. There was another question from Hansaj. She's from Birmingham. She also asked the same question. She was saying, are there any exercises for people suffering from dementia because they keep forgetting things?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just coming to that point because I wanted to do that, because I said that at any age you're able to do brain training. So especially for children, for adults with dementia, Alzheimer's, if they try, see, we can't stop dementia. We can't, go back to where something, there are no medications for dementia or Alzheimer's. But if you start brain training at an early age, definitely you can prolong it, and they can be definitely helped. So here we work on these memory techniques and all that. So we try and train them in different ways so that they're able to work better.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for that, Shilpa ji. You've been absolutely amazing. I love these lovely exercises, and I need to get down to doing this every single day, challenging myself and practicing myself. And I'm sure all those people watching here at Healing Our Earth, we're going to have very intelligent Healing Our Earth family members, because you're all going to go out there to start practicing, right? Every single day. Is that right?
Yeah, try doing something new every day. That's one thing which I would definitely say.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
definitely.
There's always this growth that goes on, for learning new things every single day. Shilpa ji, you've been absolutely amazing, really, really helpful. Thank you so much for sharing so many amazing information with us. And I just wanted to say a real big global namaste to you. I hope to see you again one day in the future again at our Healing Our Earth platform to share your lovely knowledge with the rest of us. and to make me still practice this again. I'm going to try
There
this.
are many
right? How
more
do
we can
this?
do that, you know.
Yes, I'm going to get that. Don't worry. Next time when you meet me, I'll have that.
Yeah, I
ready.
can
I'll
give
have
you another one, which I would just want to end it with. I
that.
could
Yes.
say, you know, do a triangle with one hand and a circle with the other hand. You could always try that out. A triangle with one hand and a circle with the other
Oh
hand.
my God. I'm going to try it. Can I do one by one? It's much easier.
Yeah. So try
Yes.
doing it with both your hands. There are a lot of other activities which, you know, definitely when you try, keep doing this, it definitely helps.
Well, don't worry. I'll be doing all the shapes next time you see me, right? With two of them. Thank you so much, Shilpaji. Really
Thank you.
amazing. And I really, really appreciated your lovely time. Enjoy the rest of the day. You're from India, right?
Right.
So yeah, so we are praying. Of course, you've got a terrible cyclone that's taking place near Goa at the
Yeah,
moment.
that's
we've
what
heard.
the news says, but yeah, not yet.
Oh gosh, yes. And I know, of course, this COVID is terrible at the moment in India. So we have been all praying, collectively to pass on positive energy to India and, of course, to the rest of the world from the rest of us here. So global namaste to you, dear Shilpaji.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
the
Thank you
rest
so
of the
much.
day.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
wasn't that amazing? That was brilliant, wasn't it? She was great. We have to do more of these wonderful exercises, really. I have to do this. Now, remember, our mission is to inspire, motivate, and promote happier, healthier, peaceful, and more harmonious global communities by delivering multicultural and diverse online content, which enhances the well-being of international audiences, sharing a wide range of informative, educational, and entertaining presentations. So I hope you've been enjoying this. This is all in line with that. And we also have some really great future projects coming up. So don't miss out. We've got some really great events like on 23rd of May, we have COVID Special. COVID Special is, of course, we're going to be talking about all the COVID heroes and lots of information about updates regarding vaccinations and really, really interesting information. So that's on 30th of May. And then we move on next to go on to the Global Day for Parents. This is where we're going to be honoring our parents, which is really important, I believe. You have to honor your parents. They're the ones who gave you life. And, I think that's the least thing we can do is to honor our parents. So that's on 30th of May, again, 2 to 7 p.m. And then we move on to the next day, which is 6th of June, where we have the World Environmental Day. So this is World Environment Day. This is all about restoring the ecosystems, and we have some amazing guests lined up with, you have to join this. This is really beautiful. It'll tell you a lot about Mother Earth and lots of environment related topics. Again, we move on there on, I think, 13th of June, we have a vegan and vegetarian kitchen. So here we're going to be talking about how to achieve good health gastronomically. Yes. You're going to find out how to keep those digestive juices really nice and healthy. So do join us. This is again on 13th of June, as always, 2 till 7 p.m. with the best of the best guests. The knowledge that these experts will share with you will definitely help you to enjoy your life in a happier, healthier manner. We move on finally to another one, which is 20th of June, and this is International Yoga Day. International Yoga Day, of course, is very important because we normally celebrate International Yoga Day around that time. And this is all about, it's a special event to talk about mind, body, spirit matters. So as you can see, we have a really huge lineup of amazing events coming up. Keep sharing, keep joining us, keep, of course, sending your love and your support for whatever we're doing here. We're now going to actually move on to our next host. So my time for the time being has finished and ended. And we have another lovely family member who's joined us. She is going to be our host for today. That was Sharon, of course, Sharon Rose, who I mentioned to you right at the start that you'll be seeing more of her. Let me give you a bit of an introduction to Sharon. Now, Sharon Rose is an MA. She's the winner of the Filmmaker of the Year Award from the 20th World Congress on Qigong, Tai Chi, and Taoism and Natural Healing. She's the director, producer of the forthcoming documentary series called Quantum Qi, and I should really say Quantum Qi, the Taoist art of nurturing life. And 20 years ago, she co-founded Sacred Mysteries Productions, for which she has produced numerous documentary films in the realms of healing, art, and culture. She also created and hosted the Qigong Global Summit for the Shift Network. And as a recipient of the Fulbright Senior Research Fellowship and grant from the American Institute of Indian Studies, she ended up conducting extensive research into the art, culture, and spiritual traditions of North India. She became the first American disciple of the Kathak Queen, who was a Sitara Devi, who I think is an amazing artist. She's really a renowned legend. Sharon has also lectured, performed, and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, and museums, and was a consultant to the National Endowment for the Arts. She's the author of The Path of the Priestess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine, and is currently completing a CD, which I've heard I had a little sneak preview of listening to some of this beautiful music. It's called The Nectar of Bliss, dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world. She is amazing. I'm so honored to have Sharon here. A global namaste again, dear Sharon.
Global namaste to you, honey, Neil, and everyone out there.
Well, I'm going to leave this. So you're going to be our next host for today. I would like to welcome you, of course, on our Healing Our Earth. You are our USA correspondent, and you, of course, end up bringing some amazing guests for us from the USA and that part of the world. So we are very, very grateful and really, really happy to have you as part of our Healing Our Earth team member.
Thank you so much. Really, it's an honor. It really is.
Well, I'm going to leave the gracious you now to take over. I know you have a wonderful guest lined up for yourself, so it's all yours. Take over, my dear Sharon Ji.
Thank you very much. Global namaste to you all. Today, I'm going to bring in Elżbieta Kosmicki. She is very, very talented young woman, and she has a dojo in which she's teaching children, young girls, how to really find that inner power, how to work together in community, how to care for themselves. But I'll give you her full bio. Elżbieta has professional credentials in body talk, classical Chinese medicine, structural integration, somatic therapy, women's and children's health, Eastern and Western herbalism, Qigong, and martial arts. Over the last 15 years, her full-time clinical practice in Denver, mostly, has been in integrative health and has included community health, public health, and private practice. She currently offers professional level certification courses in body talk, advanced manual therapy, distance healing, and classes in the art of Dao Yin Yoga, Qigong, and Enshin Karate at her dojo in Crestone, Colorado, here in the Shambhala of the Rockies. Welcome. Global namaste to you, Elżbieta.
Global namaste to you, Sharon, and to everyone watching, and to all of my teachers who have helped me forage this pathway forward for health and family empowerment. It's such an honor to be here with you and joining in this dialogue, this beautiful international community. And I'm excited to see what kind of information we can share together today.
Yes, because she also teaches Qigong. And let's start by explaining a bit about Qigong and the martial arts. Now, everybody knows, from the martial art movies, Bruce Lee and onward and onward. Martial arts, karate, wushu has been very popular in the world. But today, since it's about families, in your opinion, how does the learning of Qigong and martial arts, how will it help us to coalesce as a family, to connect with nature, and really connect with each other?
There's so many things that I think I could talk about that would answer and illustrate the point of that question, but I'll begin with breath. Our breath is our single most available tool that we have immediate access to at any given moment to greatly enhance awareness, connection, presence, as well as transformation within our bodies. And it is when we look at Qigong, the work of our breath, the cultivation of how we do work with our breath, it is that connection to the mastery of our own inner consciousness and inner awareness that is at the underpinning of all of our health, our vitality, and our capacity to connect with our family members, our relationships, our natural environment, and the global energetic world around us. It all starts with the breath. And what's fascinating is that our breath will modulate our different states of responsiveness, our different states of consciousness, and our emotional and physical health and intelligence within us. We have different breath patterns for all of these different states. And when people go through trauma, conflict, difficulty, challenges, it is the breath that is the first thing to respond. And so when we teach martial arts, we teach Qigong, we teach people the mastery of breath, not only in their individual bodies, but in their relationship to the alchemy of a connection to another, to what we would perceive as our opponent, which is actually just another reflection of ourselves. And so martial arts gives us a, how do I say this, kind of a laboratory to experience and explore the potential of how to maintain connection, awareness, and cultivated directionality of the breath under stress and during great feats and physical performance, as well as spiritual awareness.
You teach a lot of teenagers, young women. How do these arts help them perceive reality from a very clear perspective? How does it help them in this world? And not only the young women, but humanity in general. We're in this COVID time. And you have so much knowledge of classical Chinese medicine. You have this beautiful online magazine that you create called Reasons and Seasons, and there's so many levels of knowledge in there, from eating with the seasons to all kinds of exercises you can do. So starting with the young women, what do you offer them to enhance their self-esteem, to help them protect themselves in the world? And then how does that expand into the rest of their lives?
It's a really great question. And as I'm listening to you ask the question, the first thing I think to understand about what a dojo is that the translation of dojo is it's the way place. So it is a place where we can find our way on a path. Martial arts, and particularly Inshin karate, the style of martial arts that I teach with my daughter, is a very deeply rooted traditional lineage of discipline and directionality. And when we create a container like a dojo, a way place to explore ourselves, the young women, the the families that come together and train have a safe space to express all of the different spectrums of their courage, their responsiveness, their ability to mirror their experience within themselves and the world around them. And it's exercises that cultivate a connection between what I would call, in a more abstract sense, the Qi, the Jing, and the Shen, which are these rarefied functional body systems, the three treasures, or if we could kind of bring that down a notch, maybe the mind, body, and spirit. When we can cultivate a relationship and dynamic integration between these substances and functions to work as a whole unit, it creates health empowerment. So over so many years, I spent in community health education and many years in clinical practice, dealing with stress-related disorders, trauma, mental, emotional, physical traumas, and looking at the pathways to help people unwind these maladaptions and these distortions and these physical pain bodies and stress-related disease states that people find themselves in. It is the cultivation of breath, awareness, and physical alignment that are the key underpinnings to anybody going through treatment to find health after they have created, an imbalance in their body. So for me, when I started teaching in the dojo and started seeing these young girls, I started out teaching 3 to 5 year olds, and then I was working with a little bit older, and now I'm working with lots of ages and all the way up to adults. When we cultivate a connection to physical excellence, to alignment, to coordination of breath, to the capacity to maintain integrity and balance during conflict, these underpinnings of functional health and functional alignment essentially become the resource of excellence and well-being in our lives. So individuals that learn these things from a very young age, kids that start out in the dojo from a very young age, they don't need a practitioner or someone to help them unwind their traumas or their stresses, because they have the internal technologies activated in themselves to, one, heal themselves, to grow into their purpose and their potential, to have the courage to grow in the face of adversity, and to be able to maintain healthy, resilient connection with those around them. For one example, my daughter, who is 13 years old, who is in the middle school and is dealing with the age-old middle school drama. Lots of the kids are finding themselves and they're figuring out their identity. And, there's the mean girls and the bullies, and then there's the kind of weird kids. And there's all these dynamics that she's navigating. And she keeps asking me the question of why do people have to be mean to each other? I don't understand why people have to change who they are to fit in. I don't understand why people can't just be kind. And as I listen to her, I realize that her peer groups don't have the same resilient tools as she has. She's activated herself on a pathway and of alignment of satisfaction in her life and in her direction. She knows how to deal with conflict. She knows how to deal with stress. She knows how to care for herself. She knows how to recognize what's happening in her body. She is activated and connected to her intuition. And I realized that most of her peer group doesn't have these tools. So they're out here navigating this very kind of transformative periods of their lives and having a difficult time. And I attribute her skill set and her knowledge base and actualization of herself to her martial arts path, which she has been on since she was just over 6 years old. So, when you ask about how this starts to play out into the way we contribute back into society, into communities, into our own growth, when we are actualized, engaged, and capable of manifesting a relationship between all parts of ourself, we become more capable human beings that are able to create, share, and grow with those around us.
Isn't that our mission here at Healing Our Earth? It's to really bring beauty and self-empowerment and all of these wonderful virtues out to people in the world. I know you have an exercise for us because it's
Yeah.
wonderful to actually experience. You know, we talk, but well, the exercise is from your Body Talk teachings, correct?
Yeah, so I've been teaching Body Talk. I've been involved with Body Talk since I was about 15 or 16 years old. So that's been quite a long time for me. And I've had the blessed pleasure to teach, to practice, and to lecture about Body Talk internationally, all over the world, working with all kinds of people, from children to people, birth to death, to homeless people, to people who are PhDs and, research scientists, and, across the spectrum. And what is the common thread of alignment and balance is that all of us have a yin and yang, an active and passive, a capacity to do and to be, to give and receive. And this theory of yin yang, through the art of classical Chinese medicine, through the philosophies of Taoist arts, is at the underpinning of how we essentially form ourselves into who we are. So the technique I'm going to teach you is going to help equalize and balance the harmony of yin and yang within the nervous system, which will in turn help to unwind tension patterns, restrictions, and adaptations that have essentially set themselves up as distortions in that harmony based on our reaction and responses in life. And so this technique is very simple. It is the basis of what the work Body Talk that I've been doing for many years is. It's called the Body Talk Cortices technique. And what it's going to do is help to reintegrate the right and left hemispheres of the brain, while helping the brain and the body to communicate and balancing yin and yang within the body. Does that sound like something everyone wants to try out?
Well, it seems right in keeping with all that we've been learning today.
Wonderful. So just to prepare anyone who's out there listening and joining us, if you can find yourself in a comfortable seat, wherever you are, feet flat on the floor, adjusting and just noting where your sit bones are, and then just beginning with the breath. Remembering our breath is our single most available tool that we have immediate access to greatly enhance awareness and connection. Each inhale, scanning our higher frequencies of thoughts and emotions. And each exhale, scanning our more dense frequencies, our bones, our tissues, the felt sense of how we are in our bodies. We're going to use the technology of the breath to focus our intention, our mind's eye, on harmonizing the right and left hemispheres of the brain and updating the brain's image of the body, staying with the breath, inhaling from center to surface, exhaling back to the center. I'm going to invite you to take one hand, whichever hand you choose, and place it on the base of your skull, right where the neck meets the head. Feel the sensation of the hand on the brain, and then direct the intention of the breath into the space underneath the hand. I want you to imagine that there is a bridge connecting the right and left sides of the brain. That bridge is your hand. You can feel the vibration, communication, see the connections, synapses firing back and forth. Take your breath into that observation and awareness. When you feel ready, I'm going to invite you to tap with the other hand over the crown of the head. Big breath in, activating the brain, thinking about linking up the right and left hemispheres of the brain. Updating the brain's picture of the body and helping the brain and body to communicate. Hand taps over the heart center, activating and connecting to the heart brain. Sending that intelligence and awareness of the heart brain. And you can tap also over the gut brain, activating our survival belly impulses, linking up right and left hemispheres of the brain. Once you're tapping, I invite you to bring your hand, one hand breath up. We're going to cover the entire brain, almost like we're putting this awareness across the midline, and continue to tap. Allow your hand to tap freely between head, heart, and gut. Activating at the mind, the heart, and the gut, the three brains, three dantians, linking up right and left hemispheres of the brain and updating the brain's picture of the body, allowing the hand that is on the top of the head to just continue to walk across the midline, activating all parts of the brain. Let the breath send this information through the body. Linking up the right and left hemispheres of the brain, updating the brain's picture of the body, helping the brain and body communicate. And as that hand walks across the midline of the brain, eventually you're going to come all the way down to the brow, just working at your own pace. You might notice that some areas feel like they need a little bit more time or a little bit more tapping. You might notice the hand likes to tap slow or fast, maybe more on the heart, more on the gut. Let the intuition of where your hand wants to be as it taps move freely. Staying with the breath, sending it to the space underneath the hand, thinking about linking up the right and left hemispheres of the brain, creating a bridge of communication, helping the brain and the body to communicate. And lastly, we'll finish, hands come both sides of the head. Big breath into both sides of the brain. Feel this space of unity, yin and yang, right and left sides of the brain, right and left sides of the body. Helping the brain and the body to communicate. You can tap as your hands hold your head. You can feel free to bring one hand down, tapping over the heart and the gut. And then I'll invite you to just, if you haven't yet closed your eyes, hands come softly onto your lap, and take 3 full expressions of breath. Inhaling center to surface, feeling the expansiveness and openness, the breath. Exhaling back to the center, lengthening and observing the presence, this beautiful container, your body. Once your third breath is complete, just taking note of anything you observed and any awareness that has shown up for you. This technique is designed to, it's like a tonic technique. It's designed to activate wherever you are. If you feel a little tired, it might make you feel a little more tired. It's your body saying, hey, it's time to rest. If you feel like you needed a little bit more focus, you're a little more alert, it's your body saying, oh, I'm ready to perk up and reconnect. This technique can be used on a daily basis, even a few times a day, and sets up a powerful foundation for unity, alignment, and connectivity through your entire body-mind.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much. I enjoyed that very much, and I'm sure everyone out there has too. I'd like to now speak about, we call this empowering families through Qigong and martial arts. So let's start with, what is Qi? Qi as the life force. Qi as the healing energy. How do you feel Qi? Qi is the essence of all of the Taoist teachings and martial arts. I mean, Qi is similar to Shakti in the Hindu tradition, the life force, the healing force. So how do you begin to understand and actually kinesthetically become aware of the movements of Qi through your body and through nature?
I think it's important to demystify. I mean, there's so much alchemy and mystical study associated with Qi, because once it has been experienced and activated, it opens up our potential to connect to everything and to act upon life. But to demystify that, very simply, we have variable types of Qi that run through our body system that are sustaining, protecting, digesting, nourishing, and supporting all of our biological activity through the 24-hour cycle. We gather Qi from the breath we breathe, from the food that we eat, the water we drink, and the way that we move and hold ourselves in our physical environment. All of these different aspects of being alive and being in space are activated through the Qi. And it is essentially a life force energy that is what gives us energy to think, to digest, to move, to respond. It is the essence of everything that runs our body system. And so I think, if you can just stop and honor that your body is doing so many things to keep you here listening and seated in an upright position and responding and learning and, even maybe digesting some of the food that you had earlier in the day. It's a tangible part of our existence. It's just that we are so caught up in so many external attachments, ideas, and identities that we forget to take reverence into the beautiful substances and existence that is happening within us. So it's just about a mind state of paying attention and honoring that it is a gift that is sustaining us every day.
I'd like to give a short Qigong exercise that I like to use with everyone, but particularly children, because the Taoist tradition is so embedded within nature. The relationship with nature is so much at the core of these teachings. And so there's exercises. This one is, I'm a big bird, I fly in the sky. But not only do I fly, but I bring all this healing, loving Qi from the earth, from the rivers under the earth, and from the sky. And then I can rub my hands together. Everyone, rub your hands together. This is basic how to feel the Qi, right? Feel that heat, feel that warmth, and then pull your hands back and forth. Pull your hand, just like, almost like pulling taffy. Or is there that tingling? You feel that tingling? That's the Qi. That's the Qi. And that can be used for healing yourself and healing others. So again, we're going to begin by just letting go for a moment. Just shake yourself, shake your body, shake your hands, just let go of all kinds of worries, problems, negativity, everything, and just be here with us in the moment. And this is a nice thing to do. They like to go on journeys, children. I worked in schools for many years. So then feel your feet, really feel your feet on the ground and wiggle your toes and just bring your consciousness into those feet that make deep contact with the earth. And let's go on a journey to the center of the earth where there's this healing pool of light, of Qi. And it sends like streams up from this pool of light from Mother Earth. These healing, beautiful, luminous, warm, soft, liquid light. It rises up into your body. Feel it in your feet, like a bubbling spring coming up, up all the way through your ankles, your thighs. Yes, yes, into your body, into your heart. And this is a mudra of the heart. So bring your hands into this. They're going to come together like this. And feel that chi coming up. And as it rises into your heart, let your heart take wings like a bird. And you can even feel that chi. In the Hindu tradition, we would say awaken the Kundalini Shakti, that serpentine energy that rises up, and let your heart fly. So you feel yourself becoming like a bird, and that chi, that Shakti, that energy comes higher and higher into your throat, and then up into your third eye, and then up into your crown, and then let that bird develop these gigantic wings all the way flying around you, creating this field of energy, this field of chi, all the way up. Let your body fly on the wings of chi, all the way up, all the way up. And then spread your wings out like you're a giant bird that can see from way above the sky, way up in the sky, and look down on all of the people of this world. Again, fly up on these wings of light, these wings of chi, and then look down on the earth. Feel yourself with these wings of light creating a protective field around yourself of love and light. And then bring your hands back to your heart. And from that heart, as it beats, send that love, send that chi, that shakti, that healing power out to all humanity. It's one of the things about the Taoist tradition, the connection with nature, that healing power of nature that I find to be so beautiful. You moved from Denver, actually the city, to be out in nature. So tell us about that journey and how it has impacted you and your family.
First off, thank you for that beautiful practice. One of my Qigong practices that I do personally for myself every morning is the Eagle Qigong. And I am so excited to blend your teaching with my own teaching. I think it's going to be really wonderful and in freeing my body to feel that natural energy of that eagle energy moving through me. And yeah, so I started when COVID hit, my clinical practice, I really pulled back. My kids were at home. There was a lot of restrictions in the city as to what could and couldn't happen. And I essentially had the time to create in a whole new way. For many years, I've had a professional career in radio journalism and have a deep passion for education, information sharing as a core resource of how we help empower individuals, families, and activate people's intelligence and healing. And so, long story short, I created this digital interactive platform called Reasons and Season, which is a digital magazine and podcast and food as medicine practices, creative ways to activate your relationship to the elements and the seasonal movement that is naturally happening within each one of us. And as I was creating that from the basement of my city apartment in one of the busiest streets in the United States, I was longing for nature. I was, writing about nature. I was writing about the elements. I was out in the morning early before the city would wake up, practicing with the trees, practicing with the elements. And I was at the same time anchored to my computer, producing this digital production. And as I was longing for the mountains, I had what I would call a waking dream in a Qigong practice at very early 5 a.m. in the morning, connecting to the North Star. And something just told me to look online and see about, what it would be like to buy a house outside of the city. And sure enough, I found a home that was actually built to be a dojo. And it had been a dream of mine for the last decade to come to this sacred mountain range, the Sangre de Cristo mountain range, this beautiful, like just breathtaking, pristine environment, and open a dojo and train with my family and train students in a high altitude natural setting. And so sure enough, this house was built to be a dojo. 6 weeks later, I purchased the house and moved here. And I felt like because of the work that I was presenting in the Reasons and Season project, the magazine, that there was no way I could sustain continuing to theorize and, regurgitate what I had learned over so many years in clinical practice and helping people find their way. I had to be immersed in it. So I found myself here in this beautiful, pristine space, and it has allowed me a channel to open up to my own elemental training as a martial artist, as a Qigong practitioner, as a writer, as an artist. And it's allowing me to further synthesize the hypothesis, which I came up with, which I, through my research, found that it's pretty much just common knowledge through all wisdom traditions, is that it is really the disconnection from our relationship to the elements and to the nature within and without of our symbiotic connection that is the source of all of our Western diseases. And as I created this platform, I've been teaching people on how to observe the nature within them, the movements of the season within them, the elements within them, and encouraging people to be more engaged and connected to the natural world around them. And so here we are, we have our dojo open. We have probably around 30 students right now that are coming regularly to train. And we're, working to support in the future, bringing people to have immersive seasonal elemental trainings, learning Qigong and martial arts and Tai Chi and seasonal cooking and foraging and nature as a healer. And yeah, so that's kind of my story of how I ended up in nature. I've grown up in Colorado, which is a beautiful natural environment anyways, but have spent lots of time in all of these mountains and knew that someday I would get back to them to live in. I'm just so honored that the pathway opened up for us to be able to be here.
Yes, we are so blessed to be living in what's known, Crestone, which is known as the Shambhala of the Rockies. And I'm planning to bring on for the environment my dear friend Hannah Strong, who has devoted her life to the environment and spiritual pursuit. And so when we have the environment show, she will join us. And she had a vision of creating a community. They bought all of this land, her and her husband, and they were giving it, they have a nonprofit, the Manitou Foundation, and they were giving it to different spiritual groups. So we have at least 33 I think more, different spiritual communities here and a beautiful Lakshmi ashram. And it really, this place teaches you, it's a teacher. Nature is such a teacher. And it has done that for me. The other thing about families that I think is really important right now is to grow food, even if it's a little plant. Plant some seeds. The process of planting seeds and growing food and eating food that you have grown yourself is so wonderful for everyone and children. We have a greenhouse in which I'm watering, we're still hand watering. And so last year, every day, an hour and a half, I would water all of this and do long life mantras. And the food was so delicious. And so I know that you have that connection as well, not only in growing food, but in knowing which foods to eat during different seasons. So tell us about that and how that can bring, health to your children and your family.
So food is medicine. It's, we talked about chi. Our chi is built from our food. The vitality that the food we eat provides us is variable. You can get food that has been shipped all over the world and packaged and sitting on a shelf and picked when it wasn't even ripe. The vitality of that food is going to be different than something that you've grown from seed and you've nourished with your love and your water and sang to and watched and observed. It's a whole different frequency. I became very interested in the whole concept of dietary therapy and food as medicine when I became a mother, because I knew it was up to me to give these children the resources that they were going to need to grow into healthy and productive human beings. My family has also a very long tradition, come from two very large families. And my mother and my father are both phenomenal, I would call almost gourmet chefs. None of them have ever studied formally, but they're amazing cooks. And so we grew up eating food together as a family, growing food together as a family. And so I already had that anchor point and tradition set forth for me. And then when I started to garden, I started to recognize what foods grow during different seasons, what plants grow during different seasons. And then I juxtaposed that with my study of classical Chinese medicine and herbalism and recognized that there was different times of the year that my body performed differently and needed different things. And that tended to be the things that were growing around me at that time. So I went on a deep dive study of recognizing the flavor profiles of different foods, how they support the different elements, and seasonal eating as a framework and way for people to reconnect and reclaim their relationship to food, whether that be going as far as sustaining yourself with a garden and a greenhouse and hunting, or being really conscious and aware of the food that you consume and purchase and how and where you purchase it from. There's a spectrum at which people can involve themselves in how they nourish themselves and be creative and connected and joyful about the preparation of food. So in our publication, the Reasons and Season publication, we illustrate the 5-element, 5-flavor profiles each season and teach through recipes and creative food combining different fun ways that families can prepare food together and try new recipes that are reflected by the seasons. Typical here in this Western climate, the Midwestern climate for us, it might look a little different for someone in India, or it might look a little different for even somebody in Florida, South, where it's more tropical. But the idea is recognizing the flavors, the seasons, and the reasons why things grow certain times. There's a reason why your body needs it those certain times as well.
Well, Elza, you must go to reasonsandseasons.com, right?
It's actually Reasons Mag, REASONS Mag, MAG.com.
It is so lovely, aesthetically just so beautiful, in keeping with nature. She's an extremely, as you see, she's an extremely talented woman with such a big heart and such a great intellect. And so you must check out this magazine, because she also, not only does she have tons of information, but she also has podcasts and exercises. And this magazine is just expanding and expanding, because it is really needed these days. We're all looking, and I think that's the purpose of Healing Our Earth. We're all looking for ways to heal. And not only the outer, but the inner. And one more question for you is about, in the martial arts and in Qigong, there is a special connection between the inner nature, the outer nature, and our true nature. So in the few minutes we have, would you speak about that?
Oh, I love that you brought that up. I talked about at the beginning of our conversation how we really need these internal technologies, our Qi, Jing, Shen, the unity of the vital substances and the function of how they work together to be activated to heal ourselves, to grow, to thrive. And I became quickly aware through my clinical practice that the people who have the capacity to strengthen themselves internally through doing physical work, through actually putting their body to the test of being in this material realm, whether that be digging your garden out or it be doing push-ups or doing sit-ups, people that have more core awareness and more strength have stronger bonds, have stronger capacity for courage. People that have cultivated mental awareness and mindfulness have more peace and have relationships that are facilitated through peaceful interaction. People who have mastered their breath, Qigong practitioners who have honored the wisdom traditions and evolved into places of longevity, have more capacity to connect to those around them and to give and receive through the fluid nature of empathetic relationship. So internally, we have these physical tools and technologies that are what are sustaining us. So why wouldn't we want to teach our children how to master those aspects of themselves, how to know what those aspects are, and how to cultivate them in a way that could then create an external experience or shared experience of life in a way that it's at its utmost potential, joy, vitality, and sharing. Everything in life is related to this microcosm, macrocosm, and anything that you master within the self and within the internal universe that exists within you is capable of being mastered outside of you. So if we look at global peace, we look at global health empowerment, we look at health equity, it starts with the inner mastery of knowing the terrain of the universe within ourselves that then just allows us to reflect that back into the world around us.
That is so beautiful. It's just lovely. Lovely. Oh, thank you so much. It's such a joy to be with you, and it would be wonderful to have you come back for one of the vegetarian cooking shows. That would be, because I know I've tasted her food, and you can just feel the qi come alive in it. It's filled with it. And we're in a very interesting time, as human beings on this planet. We have the COVID, we have a lot of discomfort and divisiveness, and yet what can we do? We want to be the phoenix rising out of the ashes of this COVID, very Qigong. Here we are, the big bird flying and letting the past go, letting the pain go, letting the worries go, and just be in presence, in the moment, alive and in joy. And that is, I know, an essential part of what you teach.
Dream big, dream often, wake up, enjoy, laugh, love. All of the creative expressions that are inside of you are just waiting to be activated and shared. And what a beautiful gift it is to be able to empower people to have the courage to express those inner natures through these beautiful arts and these ancient wisdom traditions and these thought-provoking dialogues and conversations. And it's such an honor to be here with you, Sharon, and share this space. This is not the first, but many dialogues deep, and to many more dialogues of activating and enhancing this conversation around vitality. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And for all of you yoga practitioners out there, what I'm finding is that, well, myself, I started yoga when, like 1970 in the Iyengar tradition. I was very fortunate to be around people who were his senior teachers. And now that I've had now a 5-year journey into Qigong, the blending, that's what's so beautiful about right now. The blending of these traditions to be able, we're so fortunate that we can pick and choose and weave together. And so to all of you, global namaste, Elza.
Global
Thank you
namaste.
so much.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Sharon. And again, thank you to all my teachers who have forged this path forward to help draw the strength to cultivate this world we're existing in. Thank you.
And now it's time for me to hand over hosting to the beautiful, talented, and so much more, Dr. Sheila Dobie. I'm sure you all know her. She has been a host for quite a while. And you probably have heard all about her. What a humanitarian. What a loving, giving human being. For so many years, she's given to people of all ages, to people of all economic backgrounds, to people of all cultural backgrounds. And so it is with great joy that I welcome her. Global namaste to you.
Global namaste to you too, Sharon.
And I send the hosting off to you.
Thank you. I'm not going to let you go so easily. I want to have a quick chat with you. How are you, Sharon?
I'm good. I'm coming out to California to visit my family. My granddaughter is coming up on 2, and my son and his wife.
Oh, wow. So you're going to have to give me a call because that's where I'm at, right?
Yes, I know.
So you had such a wonderful speakers, and I was just kind of listening on to the tail end. Can you give me like some 3 great learning points that you learned? Because I kind of missed the session because of the time difference.
Oof. Every child, every human being is gifted. And as parents, as friends, we need to look and see that gift and nurture that gift inside of everyone. And one way to really, well, there's been these ways of nurturing it today. Kimmerer, it's through the arts. Her whole family, 5 children. This woman is Wonder Woman. Well, here's another one, Elza. Wonder Woman, to write 5 books, to have 5 children, to write musicals and perform them. Even one was off Broadway. That's amazing inspiration for us women, and to remain as feminine, to bring this yin, even though having this kind of strong side, the Durga side, but to bring that true feminine nurturing power, that loving power, you know, to the world and to your children is very, very important. And so I'm just thrilled to have these two models, role models, because we need role models. We really do. We need them these days to lead us into this next period of beauty. And as I like to say, that the Brahma Kumaris always called that we're in the diamond age. So we're in this transition. And I also want to welcome our beloved Dr. Amalia Wai-Ching Lee, who is here with us from Malaysia, Singapore area, and is a Qigong master healer, teacher. And I'm looking forward for the day that Elsa and Amalia will meet.
I can't wait till we all like, you know, where this ends and we can actually all be together. Because one of the most amazing things about Healing Our Earth is how we all ended up meeting, right? We've just met so many amazing people through our community, all together trying to make a difference. I mean, I can see on my screen like Dr. Honey and Elizabeth and just a great bunch of people that have just got together thanks to Neil Kumar, who helped put us all together. And now we're just doing this great work and contributing and helping each other grow and learning. It's been such an amazing journey for me. Wouldn't you agree, Sharon? What's your journey been like?
Oh, well, from the first time, well, it was Amalia Wai-Ching who introduced me to Neil, right? And, you know, since I have such a deep, serious background in Kathak and Indian culture, it was like coming home. It just reinforced being with all of you. I have the same values. I embodied all the stories, all the myths in Kathak. You dance the gods, goddesses, the demons, Mahisha, and everybody. And so that current runs very deeply through me. So to me, to be with all of you is just such a gift and such a blessing. I just feel like I'm with my community, and I'm thrilled to bring you so many people who have really been blessed, like these two here, who have blessed my life with their knowledge and their gifts. And thank you very much. And I've of course fallen in love with Honey.
I have to jump in here. I love this. It's like it's a girly session, right? We were meant to be talking about families, and look at us, right? But actually what Sharon said was very, very powerful. Is, you know, the family unit, it's normally the moms, you know, the females, they're the ones who have to be very strong. We need to nourish them, to look after them, to strengthen them, to give, you know, for everybody else to give them the best that they can have in order to do the best that they can for the family units. So I can see that the women at the moment, although we're having a girly session, I also know that the role of the women in the world, in the families as well, is a very powerful one.
Yes, I want to also acknowledge the power of Indian classical dance for body-brain integration and opening neural pathways. You know, as Honeywell knows, your eyes are doing one thing, your hands are doing another thing, your feet are doing another thing. And so just the essence of that dance really enhances your intellect, as we were talking about earlier, and brings you so many wonderful experiences.
And
so I recommend for all of you out there, just find an Indian dance form, because also it's bringing the rhythm in too. And the tradition that's been carried down from guru to disciple, from mother to daughter, father to son, etc., of these Indian arts is just profound. That's what I have to say. It's just profound. I've studied all over the world, But because it's been this living lineage for thousands of years, it's been perfected. And so I just really encourage you to study, to just immerse yourself in the beauty of the ragas and the talas, in the movements and the stories, of course.
Absolutely. And you also spoke about the fact that, it helps you with the memory development. Today, we had some amazing guests, Sheila, who are all here, and they were talking about how to develop your brain, how to become more positive within 6 weeks. There were so many wonderful guests who shared some exercises and tips on how to heal and how to build better families as well, how to create better family units, etc. So some really amazing knowledge, etc. And what Sharon just shared just now is about the right and the left brain, like, as we say, because by doing the dancing, it's not just logical, but you're being creative. So you start using both sides of your brain. And in that way, definitely the neural pathways do start, it's like the plasticity starts creating ways. Isn't that right, Amalia? You're looking gorgeous today, aren't you? And how have you been? And what's your take on families, dear Amalia?
Oh, families is just a legacy of a continuum of our souls incarnating. That's what I feel like. And going through all the DNA and the matrices. So it's we can really bring in all the very best in the lineage from the ancestral lineage. And then, we can clear as you do healing, especially through dance, and to evolve even in a more evolutionary state, transcendent state, let's say. And so the family units, I think, are very powerful in learning about ourselves and karma, because we incarnated together. And of course, then some people say, I didn't come from this family. Or some people feel like black sheep, in the family, like myself. But I think that we are just incarnated in some of these places, and to evolve and to change and to bring light into the group soul, we call it, right? So, and there's so much to learn within the family, and the divisions, and then the arguments, even just growing up amongst the siblings, and to actually feel the joy of love and cohesion as well, and the closeness, and the love of family. So I just think I have a very good family. I've come from an amazing family, so I'm very grateful for that. But also I'm seeing the disconnect in many families. I just did some work yesterday. So I think in each of the family and the children, I feel the children are our teachers, actually. And right, I'm sure the mothers will agree. My name is Amma, so I'm mother to many, even though I don't have any biological children. So I just think that the family unit is such an important matrix to be in, to learn whatever lessons we have. So.
I love that karma thing, isn't it, Sheila? The karma bit that Amalia mentioned about. In Indian culture, there's a lot of things about karma and a lot of things about the karmic philosophy. So that's thank you for sharing that, because that's a very powerful area that we're all coming here to learn lessons by connecting with other people. And the closest people around you are the ones where you're meant to learn the biggest lessons of your life, to evolve in the biggest way possible. As you know, it can be pretty challenging at times. So with the closest ones that we have, but it also is the most refreshing and more nourishing and more enjoyable memories as well that we have with the closest people. Well, I believe, Sheila, I think you've got
I was going to say, it seems like an amazing session that I missed out on. So I'm definitely have to go back to the website and watch the whole few hours of just amazing speakers. I'm curious about all the stuff that you were talking about, the generational, the karma stuff. I'm definitely going to have to go back and look at it all. And thank you so much for all being here. This has just been so amazing.
Yeah, this karma thing is definitely what Amalia, only she can come out with something which is as profound and as deep as that.
No,
she finds all the nuggets. Yeah, Sharon as well was our first, our wonderful host today, Sheila. I know we should leave you to it. You've got your next guest coming up, I know. But Sharon was a fantastic host today as well. It was her first, what do you call it? Hosting session by herself as well. She was amazing. We loved her. Celebration time.
Well,
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the family. I know she's going to love it here because it's just so much fun.
Yeah, so welcome, our dear Sharon. You're one of our sisters now, right? We don't look at the colors, or we don't look at faith. We don't look at any of the languages. We are just a family here.
That's been my whole life. And to come together with you, it's been so uplifting, and we've only just begun.
Absolutely. We've got a whole journey ahead. I mean, we've got all the goddesses that we need here. And we've got a wonderful divine gentleman. I believe
right.
Sheila is going to have our next guest coming up very shortly. So I just wanted to give lots of love to all the Healing Our Earth members who are watching today, and my dear co-hosts, and our dear friends and guests who have joined us today.
Thank you so much.
Namaste to everyone.
Global namaste to you guys. I'm so excited to bring on our next guest. It is a dear friend of mine. He's an amazing personality. His name is Dr. Shamendra Talwar, and he's been doing so much stuff in the world, and we'll get a little chance to hear about the wonderful work that he's been doing with Tough Earth and #Kind20. He's such an amazing person. He's a global leading expert psychologist, and he's been doing a lot of work with government organizations. And here he is. Dr. Talwar, are you there? I think he's frozen. Is it my internet that's gone down, or? Can you hear me? Hello?
So, Dr. Dovey, just one moment. We are trying to connect with him. He's out and mobile. The internet is bad there. So you can chat with Dr. Kalaria and Sharon meanwhile, and I will bring him as soon as he's there. Over to you.
Oh yeah, no worries. I can, you know me, I can chat as long as I need to chat. I'm kind of excited about our next topic because it's something that I think is really important right now is kind of getting mental health addressed, because I think that's going to be a huge issue, and it's already a huge issue right now. So mental health is something that's really a lot of people are suffering with right now, because we're losing that connection with each other. We're not being able to see our friends, our family, we're missing loved ones. So, and also people are kind of feeling quite isolated. And I've been reading a lot of things about just how difficult it is for people to actually get out again and reconnect. And there's a lot of anxiety around that. Like, how do you reconnect into society when we've been at home for so long? There's an interesting thing I was reading the other day, and it was about, there was a beautiful animal. I think it was some caged horse. And this horse was, put in a very small space while they were creating this larger space for him to be able to kind of go out and have space. And so this horse had just basically learned his whole life was in this little space, and he kept pacing back and forth, back and forth. And eventually what happened, this beautiful ranch was built for him. And when the doors were open to the ranch, he literally just stayed in a very small amount of space, and he couldn't go out even though there were no barriers anymore. And I think that's what's happening to the human psyche out here for a lot of people, is as things start opening up, especially here in the US, we're starting to kind of open up a little bit, and people are being anxious of just going out. And there's a constant fear of the unknown, and a fear for your safety and your health. And that's taking a huge mental toll on people. So Dr. Talwar and I are going to be just chatting about some tips on kind of how to get out there and just a little bit of more mental health and things to help us during this difficult time. And it seems like one of the things I missed was this great session that you guys had, which was dancing. And creativity is so important for mental health, like doing some artwork or just kind of dancing, because you are using the different sides of your brain. And Honey, I know you are a dancing expert. You've danced with the Bollywood stars and you've done a lot of dancing. How does dancing help with, like, they call it neuroplasticity, right? Where your brain kind of evolves. Can you talk a little bit about that while we wait for?
Sure, of course. Actually, you know me, I'm just like you. We can talk for hours. Actually, when I used to run my dance school, you know, so I used to have 1,800 students coming to learn dancing every week. So there was quite a lot of students that I was dealing with. And a lot of them I would try to bring out, of course, on terms of their personal development, not just teaching dancing. What I found was parents would keep taking these students away from the classes during exam time. And I would ask, why are you taking this child away, you know, when they just want to come along for classes for 1 hour a week? And the parents would say, oh, because I need them to study. And I said, well, they're studying all the time. And what is happening is they're getting really stressed out. They're not really using those 3 hours to study, because for 1 hour, they're just going to twiddle around, you know, just waste time. Whereas if you sent them for 1 hour to de-release and de-stress and take out all the tensions in their body, they will probably be able to go back and study in a better way. So what started happening was we found all the people who continued dancing regularly all ended up having straight A's, all started having, like, they're all doctors, lawyers, pharmacists right now. And a lot of people who are being taken away are the ones who would suffer from stress, anxiety, would get a little worried, you know, going into schools and things like that, going back into their exams. So I can definitely say to everybody, all the parents and families out there, I know that you've got your next guest who may be joining just now, but just to finish off there, all the parents who are there, do help your children, do get involved in creative activities, because when they study maths, when they study, I don't know, statistics, economics, and whatever they're studying, they will need something which is a bit more creative. And the whole universe is creative, isn't it, Sheila? Everything is creative. You have to connect to that energy, isn't it?
That's true. And I mean, some of the things that I do, I put on my favorite music, and I'll just, while I'm doing my chores, I'll just be like dancing, or I'll be like hoovering and making something that's kind of boring into something fun, because then I'm kind of, you know, music gives you that feeling, right? When you listen to some music, you can either listen to sad music and feel sad. And so now I'm not listening to any kind of sad music. I'm listening to a lot of happy music. And then I'm using music to like, just kind of almost do a workout cleaning session. I mean, my house is really clean now. So
it's a great way. I know. But look, I know you've got your next guest coming through, Sheila, but I just wanted to just say to everybody, yourself as well, you know, thank you for sharing these beautiful, wonderful gems with us. And of course, your lovely experiences and the example that you said about the horse. I'll go back with, and I'll always remember that. It's a lovely way to share that lovely teachings. So enjoy the rest of the evening, of course. I'm still here, but I know that we're looking forward to hearing Dr. Talwar's information now.
Yeah, Dr. Talwar's amazing. So I'm so excited. Are you there, Dr. Talwar? Did you manage to connect?
Hey, Sheila.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm good. Because of COVID restrictions and things like that, and one of those things you have to prepare, maybe not an hour before, you've got to prepare 2 hours or 3 hours before sometimes. You've got to do there's a lot of restrictions happening everywhere. So,
and you're doing a lot of amazing things in the community right now with the Tough Earth and #Kind20. Share a little bit about that before we start our session.
Well, we started a campaign, as you know. We started the #Kind20 campaign, which was trying to bring kindness into the fabric of the society. We brought the word, I think, with yourselves, the word kindness. I think we were one of the pioneers to bring the word kindness into the fabric of society, to the whole world. And now the word kindness is used, I think, on everyone's lips once a day at least. So I you know, it's a pat on the back for everybody that has been involved. We got 6.5 million hashtags, which was great.
6.5 million. That's like amazing.
In 120 countries, which is great. And now many things have come out from this. You know, we got Kind Homes, a project with the Home Office and Liverpool City Council that are going into homes, nursing homes, where we're trying to find a way of where the carers and the residents can come together and find a way how we can move forward. We've got the International Song for Kindness contest, which is taking place because a lot of musicians and songwriters went through a hell of a lot of mental health situations right now. So now, we're helping them to write a song for kindness. And this was all done with Liverpool City Council as well, and the Cavern Club and Strawberry Fields, which is John Lennon's charity, and LIPA, Paul McCartney's institution in Liverpool. And now it's gone to Australia, it's gone to Iceland, it's gone to America, which is great.
So how do we get involved? I mean, I know I'm involved, but how does all our viewers get involved with your project?
If anyone wants to get involved with the Kind 20 movement, if whatever country you're in, if you're in America, for example, you're one of the ambassadors. Contact yourselves to find out how they can basically any project that they think that brings kindness and elevates and empowers people, communities, children. Tell us. Let's talk about it. Let's share it, because not just one organization can do this. It's all about working together as a family, and now the family has become one global society. So it's incredibly important that organizations get together, charities get together, schools get together, governments are getting together, just to show us what does kindness mean to them, or how has kindness impacted them since COVID.
Got it.
In America, if you want to get involved, contact Sheila Dobie, Dr. Sheila Dobie.
Yeah, it's an amazing organization, great, wonderful people. During the pandemic time, Dr. Talwar's group was actually able to help feed thousands of people that were having issues with hunger. And it was just amazing. I mean, you're all the way over there in England, yet you've been able to impact globally so many things. You're just such an amazing human being. So thank you for all the work that you do.
I'm just a servant, like we all are.
So this brings us to our next session, which I think the world needs right now. Just before you hopped on, we were talking about the mental health crisis that's going on, and a lot of people are just feeling a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress.
I think, listening to a lot of people on radio or television, I think COVID has educated many people around the world. They are so educated now in mental health, in psychology, in understanding, in kindness, in happiness. People understand people now. No more, it's helped out. People have educated. We've got so many good, incredible recipes out there that make you feel good. People have become cooks now. I mean, come on.
That's me. That was me. I never cooked anything before in my life, and I managed to make a decent meal the other day. I mean, it's not great, but it was a pretty decent meal.
It's taught us so many things. COVID has taught us so many things, to be much kinder, honest, and I think on top of that, brave as well. We've become much braver as well, and helping each other, which was missing in society.
The other thing I noticed that was good about COVID was how our environment just kind of started healing up. Like there were, there was clearer waters, there was less pollution in the skies. It's like the world just needed a break to heal.
Absolutely. And I think, again, it's not gone away. I know for you guys it has, but for us, we're coming out of lockdown, sort of tomorrow. But then we've got this new Indian variant that's come out now, and it's targeting a lot of people. There could be another wave. There's a big possibility about that. But hey, we're much more prepared, and I think we're more resilient. I think now with the vaccine as well, and I think we're going to be more resilient here as well at the same time, not just in our bodies. Mentally, we're going to be resilient as well. And coming to our topic now, the 30 tips to help us. And I think because of time. Because I'm sorry I'm late. Let's do the top 10, Sheila. Let's discuss the top 10. The top 10. Top 10 for all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. And this will help them. And if you don't see this episode live, you can always watch it later on. I'm sure Neil and the team will put that together. But hey, let's just go with the top one. Why don't you start with the first one, Sheila? The first top tip, number one.
So I want to talk about my top tip, which is something that I think is really important, which is exercise. And even if it's just 15 minutes a day, walking around, your garden, or if you don't have that much space, just even in the small environment that you have, dancing or having some kind of movement because when you have movement, it helps with mental health, right? So for me, I think it's about 15 minutes a day, dancing, some kind of movement that helps. And it really helps with mental health, right, Doc?
Absolutely, 100%. Any form of movement, any sort of change of environment, any change of mindset sort of brings a different type of, I think, psyche to the way you are putting forward your thought process. And that's really, really important. Very important.
All right, so that was my top one. What about yours?
Well, look, I will say there's a 30-second fix for 2021, and I think that's really important. And I'll explain what the 30-second fix is. When we get up in the morning, whatever happens, you get out the right side of the bed, the wrong side of the bed, you're having a good mood or a bad mood, whatever mood you're in, do you brush your teeth, Sheila?
Well, of course, I'm a dentist.
Exactly. But good mood or bad mood?
Good mood.
Bad mood, would you still brush your teeth?
Yes.
Of course, because you're programmed this way. Now, you do that, the word is consistently. You consistently brush your teeth every day because you've been programmed to brush your teeth regularly because you know it maintains a healthy set of teeth. Now, consistently. When you go to the gym for one day, for 2 hours, and you slog it out, you come back and look in the mirror, and you think, well, nothing's happened. Well, of course, nothing's happened because you only gone for one day. But I don't know when. If you go for 2 months and go consistently, even for 30 minutes, three times a week, you can bet yourself that you will see a change in the mirror in 3 months' time because you went consistently. Now, if we get up in the morning for 30 seconds, think of something nice, think of a piece of music. Could be your loved one, could be your child, could be your mother, your father, piece of music, for example. You know, anything that makes you feel good, just for 30 seconds, hold that thought. Then, I don't know when, but if you do that consistently for a few months, your mind will be set, programmed, and resilient against any negativity that you face in that whole day, because you've just set a foundation. You just set a foundation within your psyche of getting up and always having a great, strong, positive foundation of being in positivity. So when something negative comes, it bounces off. Something negative comes, it bounces off. You will be resilient. So by the time you get to the end of 2021, COVID might be there, but you might have the resistance of basically tackling COVID. So that's the 30-second tip of 2021.
Oh, I like that. And I like the fact that it's something that you do first thing in the morning and it's going to set up your whole day. And another thing that I find that helps is when you first get in, I know sometimes you get up and you kind of feel stressed out, is to breathe, right? Is to take a deep breath in and then kind of breathe in, which brings me to my second tip, which I think is breathing, the importance of breath. And scientifically, there's a reason that breathing helps, right, Doc? If you can explain the science behind that.
Well, look, with breathing, when they say, when you take a breath, and they say, take your breath in and out, breathe in a systematically way. What tends to happen is you tend to control your feelings at the same time. If you're huffing and puffing all the time, you're not controlling your senses. But while you're controlling your senses, you can control your feelings. And when you're controlling your feelings, you can control your emotions. And when you're controlling your emotions, you can control your actions. And that's why going back to breathing, that's why breathing is incredibly important, Dr. Dubey.
Thank you. And breathing also actually stops the flight and flight response. So the flight and flight response is when you're stressed out, you're kind of, the adrenaline's pumping, you have a really strong system to try and run, it's adrenaline's pumping through. So that's called the sympathetic system. And when you take a deep breath in, it kind of just short circuits that. And then the calm system, the parasympathetic system comes in. So that's why it's really, really important to really take some deep breaths. And for my tip, I want to give you is the 4x4x4 rule, which is basically how to breathe. So you breathe in, so the inhale, so it's a 4 second, it's like breathing in, so it's for 4 seconds. Then it's holding for 4 seconds, so it's hold, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it's exhaling through the mouth, 4 seconds. And then you do that 4 times. So it's a 4 second rule. So inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, breathe out for 4 seconds, and then repeat 4 times. And that can actually calm you down. And it really, really, really helps with just the whole setting you down to the parasympathetic system, which can calm you down. So Dr. Tawa, are you still there?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, good. I just lost your, I can't see your face anymore.
Where's it gone?
Because your screen is gone.
Okay,
Oh, there you are. Yeah, so that was my special one, 4x4x4x4.
Okay.
What about your next tip?
My next tip is gratitude. You've got to track your gratitude. And how you do that is just make a note, keep a journal or a diary, as everyone does, and track how many times you've been grateful in the day, and track it. Because it's incredibly important for being grateful for what you have, be grateful for what someone's done for you, and be grateful for what you've seen, seen someone done some kindness. And while you track that, you'll be surprised by the end of the week of how much gratitude there is out there, how much gratitude has impacted your lifestyle, how much gratitude can basically support you as you're going along in life. So that's really, really important. Be grateful for what you have. Be grateful for basically for what you can basically do for others as well. And what's really important is this: once we start being grateful for what we have, it's not the question of what I don't have. Don't think this, because when you say I don't have, that's when you go into misery. That's when you go into depression. That's when you go have a mental health situation. Count the things what you do have and be grateful for that. And I'm not saying ceiling on desires or cut your desires as much as possible. But if you're grateful for what you have, you won't feel as upset as if you say, well, I don't have. And that's why being grateful is incredibly important. And just see, now this is not scientific now, just see how the universe will work. Because when you start being grateful for things, other things will start falling into place. I mean, one thing I always say to everybody, see the sun in everyone. Then their divine light will shine and reflect back on you. See the sun in everyone. Then their divine light will ultimately reflect on you. If not today, then tomorrow.
Wow, that's beautiful. And I think it's really important to keep a gratitude journal and every day kind of write a list, and then you can kind of go back when things aren't going so well. You can, and it can be simple things. It's like grateful for your vision, grateful for the fact that you can eat, grateful for the fact you can walk. And you can start off with very basic things, right? And then be the bigger things. And that brings me to this beautiful quote that I read. And it said, somebody didn't wake up today, but you did. That's enough reason to stop complaining, and that's enough to be thankful for. Never let your troubles blind you from your daily blessings.
Absolutely.
I like that. So,
wonderful.
And so gratitude journaling, and I know a lot of, I've taken a lot of classes from a lot of these top guys that teach about like motivation and self-help, and they all talk about gratitude being so important, like journaling, and even if you're going for a walk, talking like out loud things that you're grateful for, and just speaking positive words like, it's a beautiful day, I'm so grateful for this beautiful sun, I'm grateful for this. And it kind of almost starts rewiring your brain to start thinking and looking for the more positive things. And in fact, the other day I was reading some research, and they were talking about people that complain and they are looking at negative things. It's almost like their brain starts to rewire to the negative. So they automatically, when they see something, they will look at the negative aspect of it. We all know those people that are always out and about complaining, and they just complain, right? So, and then you have positive people that are always like so happy. It's because it's almost like your brain gets rewired to be positive and look at things in a positive light.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree. I totally,
So I guess
totally
it's
agree.
my turn now, right? So my thing that I think is really important for happiness and thriving through this pandemic is sleep. Getting enough sleep, at least minimum 6 hours, 7 to 8. Not too much sleep, because actually they're showing that too much sleep is bad for your health. But having a good amount of sleep is really important. Sleep's not only important for memory consolidation, so that during the day it kind of consolidates your memories, but it also, another thing that it's really important for, it allows things that go through your day to be processed. So any trauma gets processed correctly, the good things get processed correctly, the information is stored where it needs to be, and then it gets pushed to rest, it's all organized, and then you get up in the morning and then you follow your next day. And what's happening is, and maybe you can give some tip, Doc, on how to sleep better, because what's happening is people are getting really stressed out, and then that's affecting their sleep, and then they're not sleeping enough. And then because they're not sleeping enough, now they're getting more stressed out. And if you're not sleeping enough, you can have a low-grade inflammation in your body, which then also causes more anxiety. And there are some things that you can do to really help with sleep. So number one is like, make sure if you're going to have any caffeine, it's before noon, so that, because caffeine can actually stay in your bloodstream for many, many hours. The second thing is these devices, we shouldn't be looking at these in the night or watching TV at least an hour before bedtime, because the light actually causes us to be stimulated and not allow us to sleep properly. And also we want to be making sure we're not eating too late, at least 3 to 4 hours before going to sleep, because if we do that, everything's kind of working in our digestion and not allowing us.
You've just answered all the. You just answered your question.
Yeah, you know me. I try to fit as much information as possible in the time that I have.
You see, Sheila, everybody is different. Every way of how our sleep pattern is different. Some people are weird in the sense, like, they will drink coffee and go to bed. They have that sort of thing. Some people might have a green tea. Some people cannot eat, for example. There's no rights and wrongs anymore. COVID has taught us that. It's what your body feels, how you feel, and that's so important. How comfortable are you personally? For example, your partner, your husband, your sister, your mother, your brother, it could be anybody. They could be different. You could be saying a lot of preaching or advising to these people, but their body might not resonate with that. So it's incredibly important to always experiment. It's a fantastic moment in life where one must experiment with how, if I want to sleep well, what really works. There's no one way or two ways. There are many ways. But one thing is always clear is the starting of the day, that's a positive. And if you start the day with positivity, you can bottom dollar that consistently do that. By the time you reach the end of the day, you will start doing the right things. You will start doing the things what your body wants it to do. And that's going to be the body, because your body's your temple, as you understand. So, you don't keep your temple dirty, for example. That's how it works. So automatically, your body will start thinking, and the body, mind, and the soul will connect together. And that's really, really important. But hey, you've answered all the questions there straight away. So
what about you, Doc? What's your next next
and final tip? I think it's really important. It's more what I really believe in. I mean, I say this to a lot of people, especially now with the mental health scenario, that the human spirit is far more powerful than any drug in the world. And that's what needs to be nourished, the human spirit, with friends, families, friendship, the beautiful and the most simple things of life.
Wow. How do you think people can connect better during this pandemic time and stay safe?
Well, look, depends on which country you are in, as you know. People have became skin hungry, as you understand. Look but don't touch. can I touch? But what will happen? For example, what do we do? You know, before we used to go on high fives and hug our friends. Now we're like, oh, should we or not? Should we, or this or that or what? So there's a situation at this present moment on the earth. There's no right or wrong way. Whatever I say might not, you know, some people do this, some people do this, or some people just do this. But at the same time, whatever works for you, and that's really important. We're not here to preach. We're not here to teach. We're just here to advise. And what works for you, we're just here to advise. We're here to support you. I mean, that's why Neil's got this incredible program of Healing Our Earth every week, just to advise people of, hey guys, this is a bulk of information globally, and this might help you in your day-to-day routine as you're going along in the week.
I think another point we have to make is, even though a lot of people are vaccinated out there, especially with these new variants coming in, it doesn't mean that just because you're vaccinated that you are now able to kind of take your mask off and just be comfortable, because we still have to be very, very safe. Vaccination doesn't mean that you're 100% protected from COVID. You have to still wear your mask and be responsible in that way. So still keep your social distancing, still be wearing your mask, because we just don't know, right? I mean, there's so much.
COVID's not going away until every single person on this planet hasn't got COVID. It's as simple as that. And so that's where we
take a while.
And so at this present moment, you know, with the Indian variant spreading like wildfire in England, it's only a moment, just a matter of time actually, since the wave comes over to the USA. Because again, in the Indian connection, the flights were coming over. So like I said, we don't know at the present moment, but that's why programs like these and projects like these are really important to keep us all connected, to keep us all informed, and for people like all of us to come on board and basically share the knowledge that we have, share the experience that we have, share the information that we have. So it's not one way or the other way. It's only a way that we can all live together day by day, and that's really important.
Tell me how important do you think is like community and kindness with each other, since you're so involved with the #Kind20? Tell me how important it is for people, for mental health, to give back in the community.
Well, it's proven by Dr. Sonia Lubinsky of the University of California that your immune system basically gets better, stronger by 42% by performing an act of kindness, because it increases your oxytocin. And oxytocin, as you know, is one of that beautiful chemical within us that makes you feel good. 42% it increases. And it's one of your Californian scientists in Dr. Sonia Lubinsky, who's done a study on this for the last 20 years about happiness. And it's a proven fact. You know, when someone gives you something, Sheila, and doesn't want anything in return, you feel good. Wow. If one of your staff came up to you and say, hey, like that video you made, if someone came up to you and gave you something, you think, oh, that's nice of you. When you do something for somebody, you feel good. Okay, you're walking on the street and you see somebody helping an old lady across the street, for example. If you feel, oh, that feels nice. When the mother gives birth to a child, she explodes with oxytocin. It's incredible, absolutely incredible. And that's the whole reason for all of this, because it increases the oxytocin within us, and that explodes happiness, explodes the kindness, explodes the feel-good factor that we have in our life. That's why it's important.
Yeah, and it's been hard, because normally when oxytocin comes from like hugging somebody also, and we're not even being able to, like, you know, you can't even, like, I can't even hug my patients. I hug all my patients. I do that.
Yeah, I totally agree.
But it's so great to know that you can actually still get that great feel-good chemical oxytocin by
just by looking at someone doing so good in front of your eyes, or just on a video, makes you feel good. Okay, it doesn't really see an explosion of oxytocin. There's no volcanic eruption of oxytocin like there is when a mother gives birth to her child. There's an explosion there, but there is some sort of explosion when someone does good to you or you do good to them. So go out there and get some good out there. Go and do some kindness to somebody. You feel good. It's good for your body as well.
with your hashtag Kind20 and get involved with what you're getting involved with, right?
Well, absolutely. But not just us, there's so many amazing organizations out there that are doing wonderful work. And it's all about bringing all organizations together to work together as one global family.
Wow. And then, so do you have any final tips? Like, I would like to say something that helps me a lot is going out in nature, like getting a good amount of vitamin D, having sun on my skin. And I know it's harder in England because there's not that much sun out there, but, obviously vitamin D supplements are needed out there, but kind of looking at nature. And if you can't even look at nature, studies have shown even if you look at like a screen and look at pictures of nature, it actually helps, right?
No, it absolutely does, because it makes you feel good. Again, it makes you feel good. You're walking out there, you're walking in nature, you start appreciating nature. You start appreciating this world that we live in, that we must have forgot because of the phone, for example, or we've been too busy. So again, COVID has taught us about appreciating what we never appreciated, or we wouldn't appreciate it if COVID never came into our lives. And that's why it's incredibly important to be grateful, again, to what we have around us. So that's really important. And I just want to leave someone with 4 words, which is really important. It's simple. You apply these 4 words in your life, believe me, life will be so difficult. So it'll be less difficult and much more enjoying. Love all, serve all.
Wow, I love that.
That's it. Love all, serve all. That's it.
I like that. That's just a nice way to end our lovely session. Is there anything else that you want to share with the global audience? There's so many viewers out there that kind of, hearing us really helps because it gives them some kind of hope. Is there any words you'd like to share, or any tips or anything that you feel like you want to get out there?
Well, look, first of all, if you can be that happiness for somebody, be that kindness for somebody, put a smile, a smile goes a long way. Just put that smile on. And remember, there's only one ship that never sinks. And that's the relationship of love. There's only one ship that never sinks. That's the relationship of love.
Wow, that's so great. And what about, do you have any ending tips on, if people are just struggling mentally? I mean, we gave them all these tips and they're having a difficult time.
I think to giving too many tips to people, you should follow one simple tip. That 30-second tip I gave is the best tip for anybody who's going through a situation or going through any hardship, because that will basically make your mindset so strong. That foundation will become stronger. 30 seconds, not too complicated.
30 seconds.
30 seconds a day, consistently.
Mm-hmm.
You know when, but in 2-3 months' time, you'll have a foundation of positivity within you. And then you'll have the resilience for the mental health scenario of what COVID might bring you by the end of the year. But you'll be stronger, braver, and happier.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to make sure that every morning I'm going to do my 30 seconds. And then I'm going to call you and tell you that it was the most amazing thing that I learned.
Thank you, Dr. Lizzie. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. And please, let's make sure we follow hashtag Kind20, get involved with any way that you can out there. Thank you so much for your time, and global namaste to you. Thank you for being here with us.
Love all, serve all.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. And that concludes our wonderful session. It's been an amazing learning journey for me, learning from so many amazing people out there. And we actually have a special guest, Garish, that's going to come on and give us a nice healing prayer at the end. I just want to say thank you to everyone, all our amazing hosts, our facilitators, our producer, Neil Kumar, for putting such an amazing event together. Next weekend, we have the COVID update, which is going to have amazing speakers. And these speakers are going to be talking about how to help get through this pandemic, how to kind of eat right, how to mental health issues. So we've got, make sure you're tuning in next week for the COVID special. And now I'm going to pass you on to Garish, who's going to give us a nice prayer. Namaste, Garish. How are you?
Very well. Namaste. Namaste. Thank you so much. Lovely to see you all, my lovely, wonderful sisters. God
So
bless.
good to see you again.
Thank you. And wonderful smile. You know, that's, I look forward to that wonderful smile. Gives me so much lift and energy, you know. Thank you, Dr. Sheila. You know, lovely to see you, and Sharon, and my lovely
Honey there.
Aniji. Lovely to see you too, Dr.
Hello,
Lakshmi.
Girish ji. We were so looking forward to hearing your lovely prayers. The only thing that was missing was your voice, that beautiful voice of yours.
Thank you for your blessing. Truly appreciate. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you. Lovely to see you. So,
And actually, Sheila did a fantastic session just now. We learned a lot as well. Sheila, thank you for sharing this amazing information.
Thank you.
You have a wealth of knowledge inside you that pours out, you know, when you're chatting. So there's so many things that we can learn from you. So thank you for sharing that and being such an amazing host as well, Sheila.
Thank you. I'm going to be trying to bring more mental health topics. I've been chatting to Neil, the producer, because we understand how important it is for people out there that are going through all the things that they're going through. So we're going to be talking about eating for mental health. We're going to be talking about techniques on how to kind of manage your thought processes, how to kind of get out of any anxiety or depression states that people are going through, helping parents with kids that are struggling with mental health. So there's a lot more topics coming up that on the backgrounds we're kind of working on to bring to our global audience.
Oh, that's lovely. And Sheila, why, you know, you talked about that you're very passionate about this area. Is that something that you felt was, I know, of course, it's a very important topic, but why is it so dear to you? Why do you feel it's so dear for you?
I think mental health, because first of all, I see so many of my patients on a daily basis struggling with anxiety, depression. A lot of my patients, especially during this last year that are coming in, they're like breaking their teeth. They're having TMJ issues. They're now getting headaches, and it's all coming down from a lot of clenching, a lot of stress. And if it's coming through your through headaches and jaw issues, and you're breaking the teeth, can you imagine what's happening inside the body? So there's so much adrenaline going on. And I've practicing holistically as I do in my practice, I understand the link between the oral health and the systemic health. And I understand that so many patients are now kind of, they're going through so much internally, and it's kind of exhibiting in their oral, you know, through the headaches and everything. So for me, it's trying to help my patients. Number one, it's really important. And number two, I had personally gone through a phase a long time ago where I had a bout of anxiety from just so much stuff that was going on in my life. And it was just one thing piling after another. And I think there's a lot of people that don't like talking about. There's a stigma attached with people if they're going through stress or anxiety, they just don't talk about it. And me personally, I learned a lot of techniques. I learned how to eat right. I learned how to kind of change my thought process. And through all of that, by helping myself, I had made a decision that I wanted to make sure that I could help other people so they didn't have to struggle, because I was lucky enough to be able to figure it out. I did a lot of reading, a lot of research, spoke to a lot of experts, and I was lucky I had accessibility to these people. But some people don't. They go through some stress, they go through anxiety, they don't know what to do. Number two, they don't have people to support them, or they go to the doctor and the doctor's like, oh, here's some medicine, here's some antidepressants, here's some anti-anxiety. And there's a place for that, but you don't necessarily have to take those things. You can heal yourself. And through, you know, even the work that you've done, Honey, I've seen, you know, the breathing, the amazing stuff that Sharon does. Even just learning techniques, you can feel better, and seeing the global issue that's happening right now. You know, when I was researching this last week for today's session, I was seeing that over 3/4 of the population are having some kind of stress and anxiety right now. That's just so much. So I take it on like a gift that was given to me for that phase that I went through in my life, as now it's almost my duty to help heal other people. And that's why I'm so passionate about it. I do a lot of reading, and I've managed to help a lot of my patients. And luckily, Neil has given me this amazing platform.
So that's why. So that's what. See, so I just wanted to ensure that we can highlight the fact that we don't just have fantastic hosts. We will have wonderful Healing Our Earth hosts who are like, who want to do really great things for the world, who just wants to share. Literally every single person here on the Healing Our Earth, they all work voluntarily. The only passion that they have is to go and change lives and transform lives. And of course, Sheila, I just wanted to say that was amazing work that you also, that little plan of action. And a big thank you, of course, to Neil Kumar, our producer, director, the creator of Healing Our Earth, because he allows us to go out there and explore and adventure and come back with some exciting topics to share. So that's really great. Sharon, what did you think?
No, I was going to say, it's amazing that there's so many topics and so many things that you learn. I mean, every time you think you've learned something and then you go on and then like, I logged in earlier and then, Sharon was talking with her amazing guests about, all the food and the nutrition. And I'm like, geez, I now have to listen to that. I'm going to go back to healingourearth.com and find that session and listen to it. It's just amazing. Right, Sharon?
Oh yes, there's such a wealth of knowledge available now from so many traditions. And I feel like what we're doing is like we're weaving the best of all and showing that there once was a primordial tradition, totally connected with the divine. And it kind of got scattered throughout the earth. And now it feels like in this time where we're able to connect through Zoom and the internet, it's bringing all this back together, and all of us who are lovers of humanity, lovers of the earth, real human beings in the truest sense are coming together. And
wow.
And it's great. And one more thing about the mental health, because I like all of you, I'm seeing all kinds of issues. I think it comes from the fact that we can't find our ground. We, since the COVID started, everything is changing. And we need to just become so centered. Yoga teaches, that's Qigong, so many places, but to be that centered person in the midst of the storm and find happiness within each moment.
Absolutely. Sharon, Sheila, did you see what Sharon just said? It's it reminds me, because like your horse example that you shared, in the same way they say, that a lotus, when it sits in a pond, the pond could be all muddy, it could be terrible, everything could be terrible, but the lotus just looks so beautiful. It just keeps doing what it needs to do, keeps on giving its own fragrance, and just stays beautiful wherever it goes. So in the same way, I think each one of us, it's our duty to try to remain as balanced as possible so that we could become good role models for others to be able to become stronger. And remember, there's also the collective consciousness. The more people who are fearful, the more people who are into mental health issues, the more energy of that will be spread across the world. So, and the more happier people are, more positive people are, the more happier people become. So it's a really powerful platform that this Healing Our Earth is as well, that we just spread goodness, upliftment, happiness, positivity, because that in itself is also spreading good energy across the world. And each one of you are doing an amazing job being part of it and being part of the journey. with Girishji as well. Girishji, he sings all these beautiful bhajans. He sings all the kirtans. He sings these wonderful songs. Whenever we listen to it, the words change, help us to change our moods. So even the songs, Girishji, do you think that it's really important for us to include that as well for upliftment, the songs? Why is that so important?
Of course, the music is one thing in this world that God has given this beautiful gift to bring everyone together. And there is no expectation, there's no desire, there is only one word, it's love. And that's what the music gives. The music is so important in our life, that it takes you away from everything and it connects you directly, straight with the divinity, and brings that joy and happiness. And when that joy and happiness come within you, you start to share with everyone and see that beauty and happiness. And when you see that happiness, makes you feel that the divine is connected with you and the divine is connecting me with you all, you see.
Yeah, well, we are definitely. And what you just said about the upliftment with families, because today's event was all about families and health and well-being for families. So it's really good for for parents to help children to learn to sing as well from a young age, because you can sing, hymns, if you come from a let's say Christian background, or you can sing bhajans if you come from the Hindu backgrounds, just reciting, nice, or sing nursery rhymes if you have to with the little tiny tots, but something to give them that joy through creativity, through music and song, etc., which is really beautiful. So now that we've spoken about this, Sheilaji, and of course Girishji, I just wanted to say we're looking forward to hearing this wonderful song of yours. What are you going to be sharing with us to uplift the rest of us?
Well, first of all, we're going to go into our beautiful prayer first, so we can all get connected with the divinity and bring joy, happiness, peace. So we can all connect ourselves together, and then we'll go into the journey of the music. And that is called love. So
sure, we look forward to that.
And love all. And that's it. There is nothing in this world. Share joy and happiness with everyone. And that can only come when we surrender ourselves to the divine. And the divine does everything, and we become just an instrument. We are just an instrument, Everything is blessed from one above. And we are blessed that, we are part of that journey.
That's very interesting, Girishji, because we talked about, you're just a channel, you mentioned,
Yes.
because you're only being a channel to do the work. And through your music, you mentioned, you yourself are also a beautiful channel to bring this lovely energy to the rest of the world. And every single family who's watching here, every single little child or parents are watching this, each one of us could become the channel too, isn't it? To bring out goodness in the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
And everyone is gifted, for that to be that instrument. Like Dr. Sheila, she's professional in her medical, and she gives us that upliftment, and gives us that understanding for the well-being. Yourself, you are blessed in the dancing field, and you give that joy and happiness. And Sharon, oh wow, amazing, the tandav, she does, incredible, so we all learn so many different things, Dr. Lakshmi and Vijay Bhai, he's always showing, and giving us that encouragement. And of course, Nishit Bhai, he's so much professional in his field, in the background, he's giving us that platform of sense of security that everything we are doing, he's taking care of everything. And on top of that,
a very good point. Nishit is the one who makes this happen.
Yeah,
Otherwise, without Nishit
everything,
there, there's no.
he does everything behind the scene. He does everything behind the scene. Yeah, so all the credit really goes to him from week and week after week and week after. He's always there, showering his love, his support unconditionally. Absolutely. So salute to him.
Absolutely. So I see this. I see the universe is doing good work through people, through people. So so using channels there. So thank you so much, Girishji. It's all yours. I just thought I'll share that with everybody to let everyone know how important everybody's contribution is, that even if they just shared the Healing Our Earth links with their friends and family, they're actually doing good work. So if people are watching out there, you know, all you have to do is maybe just share with your friends on your WhatsApp groups, on your emails, or perhaps your social media. Just share some links. That's all it is. Just click one button that you may be able to help and be a channel to bring a lot of joy and transformation in other people's lives through doing that. And that, of course, is healingourearth.com, which is our website. And we are on Facebook. We have our, you know, social media platforms that you can go and share and see as well and visit. So thank you, Girishji. It's all yours. Shilaji, all yours.
My Koti Pranam to my beautiful divine Healing Our Earth family. Thank you. Thank you so much for your love and your kindness. You give me so much inspiration, love, and joy and happiness, and I look forward to be with you every week, you know, and it gives me another level of connection with the divinity. So our huge salute and pranam to Neil Kumar, you know, for giving us this beautiful platform, you know. So he's the engine, he's the anchor. So God give him, you know, good health so we can carry on with this beautiful journey. Thank you. So we'll start with a beautiful prayer. May God give us all strength, happiness, joy, love, and kindness, and peace and tranquility. Om Shanti. Thank you. Just close your eyes and feel the divinity. Surrender yourself to the divine. Let him be the master and let us be the instrument. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. ये ध्वनि मंगल ध्वनि है। ओम शांति। ओम शांति। ओम शांति। बड़ा है सुख ये मंत्र मन हर। ओम शांति। ओम शांति। शांति। ओम शांति। Let us all light the candle within our heart of divinity. Bring joy, happiness, love, kindness in everyone's heart, especially those who are in need. There are many, many people who are suffering across the global and in India. So today we're going to light up the candle to bring that brightness in everyone's life. And may the divine accept our prayer and bring some joy and happiness in everyone's life. And may the divine light continues lit to remove us from the darkness to the light of joy and happiness. Om Bhurбhuvah Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuvah Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuvah Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Prachodayat. I thank you, my dearest Divine Lord, for giving us this most beautiful day, sharing so much love, joy, and happiness. May this divine journey continues till the eternal. God bless you. Thank you all. Om Shanti.